Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reincarnated into the Naruto world in the body of Haku Yuki. The playlist is above, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 17, I'm sorry. Report. Raikage-sama. Your dash. Report. Upon hearing that tone, Mabui immediately did as she was told. We had confirmation that both the Yondaime and Sandaime Hokage were killed in the invasion. The Yondaime was seen using the 8 Gates technique, and some of our shinobis reported that they saw the Sandaime using a suicide jutsu to seal the reanimated first and second Hokages. It is also confirmed that Orochimaru had been killed by the Yondaime Hokage. And on our end? We lost at least 30% of our forces in the invasion, Raikage-sama. Mabui gulped as she broke the news to her leader from where she is kneeling. Our other S-rank shinobis had made it back and completed their objectives. B is on his way back to Kumo to resume his duties as our village's guardian. But, Yujito, I's attention snapped back to Mabui while allowing C to heal the stump where Konoha's yellow flash had cut off his left arm. The sheer expertise Minato now has in using the wind release is something new, something that I had never seen Minato use during their fights in the Third War. He really has no idea how Minato reached this level of strength. What happened to Yujito? She never made it back. I clenched his remaining fist as he visibly held in the rage and disbelief, trying very hard to control himself from venting his anger, because if he did so, C, who is right beside him and healing his wounds right now, would find himself as part of the collateral damage. How? Eyewitnesses report state that Yuki Haki, Senji Yamato, Senju Tsunade were seen subjugating Yujito. There were one or two that saw what happened after that Yuki Haku did something that we speculated broke Yujito's seal, letting the Nibi out. He what? I stared in disbelief at Mabui, who is now visibly trembling at the pressure he is giving out. He quickly reined it in. These are his people, his loyal shinobis and comrades. His right and left hands. They shouldn't be the ones to be on the receiving end of his anger. That is reserved for their enemies. Details. There weren't many among the return that saw what exactly happened, but from their reports, we believe that Yuki Haku, together with Senji Yamato, Senju Tsunade, and a clone of Haruno Kizashi, managed to somehow seal the Nibi into a shinobi of their own. That shinobi is Huga Hanabi, one of our objectives. Ice gaze traveled to Darui, who is kneeling beside Mabui. It's my fault, boss. Darui took over as he looked up at I from where he is kneeling. My laser circus was supposed to strike Hanabi's heart, but Haku managed to deflect my jutsu with his eyes, and it struck the lower part of her torso instead. Still, I am certain that her vitals were hit and that the damage she received from my laser circus was enough to kill her shortly. I was about to kill the boy, as well as deal the finishing blow to Hanabi to confirm her death, but Hatake Kakashi interfered. I have no idea what happened next. This is my fault, boss. If only I did my job properly before Kakashi arrived. I'm sorry, boss. No, you completed your mission properly. I took in a deep breath to calm himself down. It's me who failed on my end. I failed to end that ice brat before Minato interfered. None of us could have imagined a Genin knowing how to break a Jinchuriki's seal. Yujito's death is on me as well. I took a few seconds of silence to think. I guess it's safe to say that Huga Hanabi is now the new Jinchuriki of the Nibi. He spoke slowly, mind-analyzing the current political state and power balance of the world. Konoha is still too strong, and that will upset the balance of the Big Five. Peace in the elemental nations can only be maintained if the balance in power is maintained. Any one force growing overly strong will just destroy that delicate balance, and by extension destroying the peace of our village. As much as I dislike Konoha, Hashirama gave out the tailed beasts to every nation for a reason. We killed 2 Kage-level shinobis of Konoha, which will no doubt reduce their strength, but we lost 30% of our forces and one of our tailed beasts. Everyone around I did not dare to make a sound. Mabui. Yes, Raikage-sama. Contact the Hokage and arrange a meeting with him. We incurred losses, but so did Konoha and Suna. Oto is a non-threat now that Orochimaru is already dead, and Kiri is as good as a dead fish. We need to strike while the iron is hot. Understood. No, one more thing. I stopped Mabui from leaving with a raise of his remaining hand. Update the bingo books while you are at it. Yuki Haku is now an S-rank threat. He has to be an S-rank threat, what with him turning our soldiers into ice cubes and finishing Yujito off by breaking her seal among other things. He was taught by the Yellow Flash himself that in itself is too dangerous to be ignored. Only elite Jonin level shinobis or higher are allowed to engage him. Kill on sight. Huga Hanabi is an S-rank threat because of her Jinchuriki status, capture her alive. If unable, kill her to disperse the Nibi. We cannot allow Konoha to have two-tailed beasts in their possession. Same engagement rules apply for the Huga girl. Spread word to the other villages about Konoha's new Jinchuriki. I'm sure someone will make a move once they know of it. I don't want Konoha to have any respite if we are to weaken Konoha. Mabui doesn't know if doing this can bring about peace to Kumo as her Raikage believed, but he is their Raikage, and she believes in him. For the sake of the peace of their village. It will be done, Raikage-sama. It came as no surprise that I was imprisoned the moment the invasion was over. That doesn't matter to me. Not after everything that happened. It worked. My crazy plan worked. Hanabi is still alive and her wounds healed. That is what matters. With the help of Yamato and the Hokage's shadow clone, we managed to seal the Nibi into Hanabi, and we watched as the Nibi's powers brought Hanabi back from the clutches of death. Kizashi's ability to heal and regenerate organs proved to be invaluable as well, keeping Hanabi alive long enough for the Nibi to be sealed. Since the seal was mostly drawn by me, I was the one who did the final sealing. Tsunade had completed my unfinished seal work while I was extracting the Nibi, but I'm absolutely sure that only me, Minato, and Kushina are the only people with the knowledge of how Minato's improved seal work, the same seal I used on Hanabi. So I could only make an educated guess that Tsunade was able to help me complete my seal because she knows how the seal's design looked like. Maybe my godfather had shared it with her at some point in time, but not sharing with her how to properly activate it. Tsunade is also part Uzumaki and her grandmother is Uzumaki Mito. I won't be surprised if she is an expert in seals as well. Her own seal is definitely her own design, and that alone spoke volumes on her skill in the sealing arts. I have no idea what went on at the other parts of the village, but everyone felt Kizashi's chakra towards the end of the invasion. The walls of the Four Red Yang formation were unmistakable, reaching high up into the sky. The sheer density and weight of the explosion of his chakra is all we need to know that he had dealt with Orochimaru. The joint invasion by the three villages had failed. Konoha had managed to pull herself through this crisis. Then comes the aftermath. Tsunade was beyond furious with me. The moment the invasion ended, she immediately had Yamato bind me with his chakra-suppressing wood. The next thing I know, I am thrown in a dark cold cell in the undergrounds of the Hokage Tower, chakra-suppressing cuffs around my wrists and thick metal chains binding me firmly to the wall. I could have break out, I know I can, but I decided not to. I don't see a point in breaking out. Hanabi will definitely be safe with Tsunade checking up on her. There's nothing else I can do now but to wait for the consequences to come crashing down on me. I know there will be consequences to my actions. There is no running from it. I had made my choice and I have to face the consequences. I know that what I did had placed the village in a lot of danger, and even death would be too kind a punishment for such a crime in accordance to the village's laws. I knew that the moment I decided to save Hanabi using that reckless method. But do I regret my actions? No. Not one bit. To live to protect those that cares for me was my purpose in life. I did that. I'm content with this outcome, even if my life would be the price for it. But now, I'm not sure if that purpose is worth striving for anymore. I had nearly failed. I can protect her once, but can I protect her forever? No. No one can. Not when she is a shinobi. A shinobi's duty is to kill other shinobis for the sake of their village. One day, she will get herself killed as well, no matter how much I try to protect her. It's inevitable. Kumo was gunning for her simply because she is a Huga when she was only 4. I cannot stay by her side forever, no one can promise anyone that. In that case, why bother to care? If everyone I try to protect are volunteering to throw themselves headfirst into mortal danger to fulfill their duties as shinobis, why should I bother to care about protecting them? They are voluntarily seeking death simply by becoming a shinobi. Why did I even start to care? To be a shinobi is to fight, to kill. There is no sense of self, everything is for the village. If the village sends my loved ones to the battlefield to die, who should I protect them against? The enemy? Or the village? Who should I fight against? Why am I protecting them? My loved ones being shinobis is contradictory to my dream, my purpose in life. How can I protect them if the shinobi system doesn't allow me to? If there is no purpose to my life, what am I even living for? This world is so inherently flawed. There's no peace to be found in this world no matter how hard I think about it. The peace attained in Canon after the Fourth War is not true peace. I don't know about Canon, but the first shinobi world war in this world broke out right after Hashirama died. He was a deterrence. His idea of peace in the elemental nations was deterrence, which was why he handed tailed beasts to other nations like free cotton candy. His method obviously failed, seeing as this world had experienced 3 world wars after his death. By that logic, the peace attained in Canon would definitely crumble after Naruto and Sasuke died. This is the realistic outcome. Their very presence was the exact same as Hashirama's presence. A deterrence. It won't last. Peace that came from deterrence won't last. In that case, why am I still here in this world? To protect Hanabi? There's nothing much to live for in this world without Hanabi. And now, I'm starting to think that even she is not enough to anchor me here in this world. I'm tired. I'm tired of living in this world where a split second is needed for you to be separated from your loved ones forever. I'm sick of living in a world where killing is the norm and is how the world operates. Anything you fear, or anything you need to solve, violence is always the best option in this world. This mindset is just wrong and toxic. No matter the world, civilizations should not be built around the basis of killing and pillaging each other to thrive. Such a world is wrong. There are so many things so inherently wrong in this world that I don't know where to even start nitpicking it. I don't care anymore. Hanabi will be safe. She is strong enough even without the Nibi. She can protect herself. Her fire release chakra mode will make her close to S rank in another year or 2. She is strong, she is smart. All she needs is the time to grow. With the Nibi, she can easily reach S rank shortly. She doesn't need me around to protect her anymore. She can do it herself. Konoha will also protect her out of obligation. With the invasion that just happened, they won't leave their Jinchurikis unprotected. She will be safe until she is strong enough to protect herself. She no longer needs my protection. I don't need to be worried for her anymore. Going by that logic, there's no purpose to me being here anymore. And I'm tired. I just want this to end. I'm just so very tired that I don't want to care about anything anymore. I'm hurting all over, physically and mentally, to be able to bring myself to care anymore. I have no idea how long I'm stuck in this cell. I'm not bothered by the cold thanks to the fact that I can use the ice release. In fact, I welcome the cold. It gives me comfort, it numbs my pain. However, it's dark and there's no way to tell the time in here. I'm famished and thirsty and nobody had come here other than Yamato when he first threw me into this cell. I haven't seen him since. In any case, I just did not expect my very first visitor to be her. Sakura? The pink-haired classmate of mine looked just as baffled as I do when she stumbled in here. Her eyes are a puffy red, an obvious sign that she had cried. For what? I have no clue. I have no idea what the outcome of the invasion was even if I knew for sure that Konoha had won. I have no idea if there is anyone else that we both know that did not make it back alive. Hey, she said softly as she walked up to the front of my cell. Why are you here? How long has it been since the invasion ended? I asked her another question instead, a question that I would really appreciate if I have the answer to it. Not long, about 8 hours? It's nighttime already. Why are you here? Long story short? For being reckless, I guess. Why are you here? I just want a quiet place to be by myself for a while. Usually, there's nobody here at all. These cells were never used as far as I could remember, so they were never guarded. I came here all the time when I was young if I want to hide from Dad. She admitted, and with unbelievable monstrous strength, physically pulled apart the metal bars of my cell to allow herself in. I knew that she is physically strong, but I didn't know she's that strong. Do you need me to break your chains? It's okay. It's better for everyone if I remain here. Sakura didn't say another word or question further as she sat down beside me where I am chained to the wall. We may have been classmates for a long time, but we are not close. I'm not close to anyone who is not part of Team 13, the Huga siblings, and Naruto. Sakura have her own set of friends as well, and I'm not part of that group. Even then, I know Sakura is a loyal friend. She had bravely tried to rescue me from Orochimaru back at the Forest of Death when I was caught by him, even if it meant giving up her only chance of escape. It could have been foolish bravado, but considering what I know about her so far, I doubt it. Is now a good time to ask what happened? I spoke softly, voice dry thanks to the lack of water in my parched throat. I really wish I could at least get myself a drink in here. I was thrown here the moment the invasion ended. I have no idea what went on. Sakura remained silent for a short while before speaking up. We won, but Dad died. He died protecting the village. I wasn't expecting that. I never did like Kizashi, even if I could understand why he did that to me. Still, I know he is a good man. A good man that is burdened with the responsibility of making decisions to benefit Konoha as a whole. That still didn't change my initial opinion of him until he helped to save Hanabi. Even Tsunade admitted that Hanabi would have died if it wasn't for him. For that, I am forever grateful to Kizashi. Now that he's gone, I no longer have a chance to thank him, but I can at least pass my thanks to Sakura. Sakura deserves to know. Do you know how I came to be here? In Konoha? Sakura's surprise was clear, but she simply shook her head. I was forced to stay here by your father, to be a shinobi against my will. My bloodline is too valuable for them to let me go the moment Konoha found me. Because of that, I truly hated your father and the village at one point in time. I hated being a shinobi. I still hate the idea of shinobi. It was one reason why I was so antisocial, because my freedom was robbed away from me by your father. Sakura's fists clenched, like she cannot bring herself to believe what I am saying. Still, she didn't interrupt. Even if I came to understand why your father did that to me, I never had a nice impression of him. At best, my feelings for him can be described as neutral. I never understood the will of fire your father preached, and I never consider myself as a true shinobi of Konoha. To me, Hanabi is the only person that matters to me. If I have to choose between dooming the world and saving Hanabi, I will always choose to save Hanabi. Why am I not surprised? Sakura muttered darkly, even if I know that she does not like to hear what I am saying. I'm surprised that she hadn't punched me into the wall yet. But today, your father saved Hanabi. If it wasn't for him, Hanabi would have definitely died. She was very close to dying, to the point that I thought that I had lost her. I have no idea what technique he used to save her, but it allowed him to regenerate Hanabi's missing and damaged organs, buying just enough time for us to make it. Just for the very fact that he had saved Hanabi, I am thankful. Wait, Hanabi? Missing organs? What happened? How is she now? She's fine. Tsunade is with her, so I know she will definitely be fine. I quickly reassured Sakura. I cannot thank him now since your father sacrificed himself to protect the village, so I can only let you know. The only thing I can do now is to let you know that I am thankful to him on both Hanabi's and my behalf. The only thing I can do now is to let you know that while I still don't like your father much, I cannot deny that he's a great Hokage. There was a brief silence before Sakura turned back to facing the door of the cell with me. That's just how Dad is. Sakura huffed as she wrapped her arms around her knees to bring it closer to her chest. If you said to him what you just told me, knowing him, he will just laugh it off before purposely messing up your hair just to annoy you and then say that everything's okay. I know he had to make some unsavory decisions as Hokage, and I have no idea exactly what he did to you. I'm not sure if I want to even apologize to you on his behalf for what he did to you because I'm in no position to judge his decisions. But, thanks, I guess. It's nice to know that even someone like you who don't like him that much thinks that he is a great Hokage. He killed Orochimaru, you know that? That stupid Sannin that gave us such a hard time in the Forest of Death and nearly killed us all? The one that created a rift between us? Dad killed him so thoroughly that Mum said that Orochimaru cannot use his creepy jutsu to even reincarnate himself anymore, whatever that means. Orochimaru is dead? Thoroughly dead? How? Mom said his funeral will be held tomorrow, together with everyone else who we know so far had died in the line of duty. So many had died on both sides that people estimate that bodies will probably still be found in the debris even after a week or two later. We are prioritizing recovering the bodies of our comrades first, among other important things like ensuring the village's safety and saving the injured. Us Genins would most likely be called upon to help clean up the mess starting from tomorrow, while all the Chunins and Jonins will be tasked with the more important stuffs. There really isn't any time for us to rest and grieve. All we can do right now is to keep moving forward, because nobody knows what will happen next, and another world war might suddenly break out if we are not careful. A war. I sighed as I looked up at the ceiling and thought. It's always one war after the another. Don't we know it all? I wonder how many will come out of it alive. Come out alive? Come to think of it, this holding cell is only for truly dangerous shinobis. That's why it was never used, because there weren't such people to throw them here before. Sakura questioned as she raised her head once more to look at me, her eyes still moist. Why are you really here? What happened? And you asked me this after you offered to break the person trapped in said cell out with your bare hands. I replied with a deadpan. And then proceed to have a surprisingly civil conversation with him. None of your sass now, Haku. I gave you that offer because I know you and I trust you. What really happened? In order to save Hanabi, I released the Nibi in Konoha. What? Nobody on our side died because of that, but Tsunade was furious. I told you I was being reckless. How is releasing the Nibi dash? Hanabi was dying, even with your father there trying to delay it. Her injuries were just that bad. I made Hanabi into a Jinchuriki to save her. Sakura stilled. Being the daughter of the Yondaime, she would know what a Jinchuriki is and what it means. If I'm ever executed for my actions, can you help to take care of Hanabi for me? I don't know who else will come down to see me or if I will see anybody else after this, so I can only ask this of you. I know Hanabi's siblings and my team will take care of her, but I will talk to Mom about this. She will know what to do. Sakura shook her head, in annoyance, exasperation, or whatever. I don't know her well enough to tell. I don't know why Tsunade-san threw you here after what you did, even if I can also kind of see why she did that. You are not bad at heart, Haku. If you were, you wouldn't have willingly tried to save me and my team from Orochimaru back at the Forest of Death. I will see if I can help out. You said Hanabi is now the Jinchuriki of the Nibi? Hanabi will go full cat mode on us if you ever got executed. I don't think any sane person will want that. Don't worry, screw the village's laws. I don't think you will be executed. Punished? Probably. Executed? Don't think so. What I did was akin to treason, Sakura. It's not that simple. I jeopardized the safety of the entire village to save her, and the worst part is that I don't regret it. Even now, I still don't regret it. I will choose to do the same thing over and over again if it means saving her. Nothing short of a death sentence will get me out of this cell because I never had the village's well-being in mind. I just violated the most sacred law in our village, and the rightful punishment is death. There's no saving me from that. Is now a good time to ask what happened? I spoke softly, voice dry thanks to the lack of water in my parched throat. I really wish I could at least get myself a drink in here. I was thrown here the moment the invasion ended. I have no idea what went on. Sakura remained silent for a short while before speaking up. We won, but Dad died. He died protecting the village. I wasn't expecting that. I never did like Kizashi, even if I could understand why he did that to me. Still, I know he is a good man. A good man that is burdened with the responsibility of making decisions to benefit Konoha as a whole. That still didn't change my initial opinion of him until he helped to save Hanabi. Even Tsunade admitted that Hanabi would have died if it wasn't for him. For that, I am forever grateful to Kizashi. Now that he's gone, I no longer have a chance to thank him, but I can at least pass my thanks to Sakura. Sakura deserves to know. Do you know how I came to be here? In Konoha? Sakura's surprise was clear, but she simply shook her head. I was forced to stay here by your father, to be a shinobi against my will. My bloodline is too valuable for them to let me go the moment Konoha found me. Because of that, I truly hated your father and the village at one point in time. I hated being a shinobi. I still hate the idea of shinobi. It was one reason why I was so antisocial, because my freedom was robbed away from me by your father. Sakura's fists clenched, like she cannot bring herself to believe what I am saying. Still, she didn't interrupt. Even if I came to understand why your father did that to me, I never had a nice impression of him. At best, my feelings for him can be described as neutral. I never understood the will of fire your father preached, and I never consider myself as a true shinobi of Konoha. To me, Hanabi is the only person that matters to me. If I have to choose between dooming the world and saving Hanabi, I will always choose to save Hanabi. Why am I not surprised? Sakura muttered darkly, even if I know that she does not like to hear what I am saying. I'm surprised that she hadn't punched me into the wall yet. But today, your father saved Hanabi. If it wasn't for him, Hanabi would have definitely died. She was very close to dying, to the point that I thought that I had lost her. I have no idea what technique he used to save her, but it allowed him to regenerate Hanabi's missing and damaged organs, buying just enough time for us to make it. Just for the very fact that he had saved Hanabi, I am thankful. Wait, Hanabi? Missing organs? What happened? How is she now? She's fine. Tsunade is with her, so I know she will definitely be fine. I quickly reassured Sakura. I cannot thank him now since your father sacrificed himself to protect the village, so I can only let you know. The only thing I can do now is to let you know that I am thankful to him, on both Hanabi's and my behalf. The only thing I can do now is to let you know that while I still don't like your father much, I cannot deny that he's a great Hokage. There was a brief silence before Sakura turned back to facing the door of the cell with me. That's just how Dad is. Sakura huffed as she wrapped her arms around her knees to bring it closer to her chest. If you said to him what you just told me, knowing him, he will just laugh it off before purposely messing up your hair just to annoy you and then say that everything's okay. I know he had to make some unsavory decisions as Hokage, and I have no idea exactly what he did to you. I'm not sure if I want to even apologize to you on his behalf for what he did to you because I'm in no position to judge his decisions. But, thanks, I guess. It's nice to know that even someone like you who don't like him that much thinks that he is a great Hokage. He killed Orochimaru, you know that? That stupid Sannin that gave us such a hard time in the Forest of Death and nearly killed us all? The one that created a rift between us? Dad killed him so thoroughly that Mum said that Orochimaru cannot use his creepy jutsu to even reincarnate himself anymore, whatever that means. Orochimaru is dead? Thoroughly dead? How? Mom said his funeral will be held tomorrow, together with everyone else who we know so far had died in the line of duty. So many had died on both sides that people estimate that bodies will probably still be found in the debris even after a week or two later. We are prioritizing recovering the bodies of our comrades first, among other important things like ensuring the village's safety and saving the injured. Us Genins would most likely be called upon to help clean up the mess starting from tomorrow, while all the Chunins and Jonins will be tasked with the more important stuffs. There really isn't any time for us to rest and grieve. All we can do right now is to keep moving forward, because nobody knows what will happen next, and another world war might suddenly break out if we are not careful. A war. I sighed as I looked up at the ceiling and thought. It's always one war after the another. Don't we know it all? I wonder how many will come out of it alive. Come out alive? Come to think of it, this holding cell is only for truly dangerous shinobis. That's why it was never used, because there weren't such people to throw them here before. Sakura questioned as she raised her head once more to look at me, her eyes still moist. Why are you really here? What happened? And you asked me this after you offered to break the person trapped in said cell out with your bare hands. I replied with a deadpan. And then proceed to have a surprisingly civil conversation with him. None of your sass now, Haku. I gave you that offer because I know you and I trust you. What really happened? In order to save Hanabi, I released the Nibi in Konoha. What? Nobody on our side died because of that, but Tsunade was furious. I told you I was being reckless. How is releasing the Nibi dash? Hanabi was dying, even with your father there trying to delay it. Her injuries were just that bad. I made Hanabi into a Jinchuriki to save her. Sakura stilled. Being the daughter of the Yondaime, she would know what a Jinchuriki is and what it means. If I'm ever executed for my actions, can you help to take care of Hanabi for me? I don't know who else will come down to see me or if I will see anybody else after this, so I can only ask this of you. I know Hanabi's siblings and my team will take care of her, but I will talk to Mom about this. She will know what to do. Sakura shook her head, in annoyance, exasperation, or whatever. I don't know her well enough to tell. I don't know why Tsunade-san threw you here after what you did, even if I can also kind of see why she did that. You are not bad at heart, Haku. If you were, you wouldn't have willingly tried to save me and my team from Orochimaru back at the Forest of Death. I will see if I can help out. You said Hanabi is now the Jinchuriki of the Nibi? Hanabi will go full cat mode on us if you ever got executed. I don't think any sane person will want that. Don't worry, screw the village's laws. I don't think you will be executed. Punished? Probably. Executed? Don't think so. What I did was akin to treason, Sakura. It's not that simple. I jeopardized the safety of the entire village to save her, and the worst part is that I don't regret it. Even now, I still don't regret it. I will choose to do the same thing over and over again if it means saving her. Nothing short of a death sentence will get me out of this cell because I never had the village's well-being in mind. I just violated the most sacred law in our village, and the rightful punishment is death. There's no saving me from that. Your godfather is the Hokage now. Dad made him the Godame Hokage before he passed away. That's your ticket out of here. What? My godfather is now the Hokage? I just made his new job a lot more difficult. Shit. How can I force him to bring himself to give me the death sentence? That will be too cruel to him. Sakura stood back up as she dusted herself. I originally came here to just cry everything out again or maybe punch a wall or two, but thanks. For this conversation, I mean. I think what I needed was to hear what somebody else thought about my father, to reassure me that what he did to save the village wasn't in vain. That he really is a great Hokage. Sakura spoke with a small smile as the dim light in the cell lighted her face up a little. I know we two aren't that close, even if we mended our friendship after that incident in the forest, but I still view you as my friend. And, for what it's worth, sorry. For whatever Dad and I had inflicted on you, knowingly or not, consciously or not. And for what it's worth, thanks. For what you told me today. It was what I needed to hear. I don't know if there's anything I should feel sorry for to you or your father. I admitted. But like I told you before, and I will say this again, as many times as you need to hear, I'm thankful for what your father did for Hanabi. If she died, I will go insane. She's someone who I will burn the world down for. You use ice. It's a figure of speech. Sometimes I think Hanabi is really lucky to have someone like you by her side. I think it's the other way around. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have known what to live for. She kept me sane in this insane world with her own annoying way. After my parents died, I met her, and for a long while she was my only attachment to this world. She's important to me. That's why I will do anything for her. But is that enough to protect her? Can I protect her and everyone I care for? I don't know. You both should just get married to each other already. I'm sure I'm not the only one who gets a shot of diabetes straight to the heart whenever we see the two of you flirting with each other. You say that now. When you fall heads over heels for a certain tall, dark, emo, and start fangirling over him, I will be the one doing the teasing. You mean Sasuke? Not really interested. Sakura said with a dismissive wave of her hand. And did you just admit that you love Hanabi? Wow, Haku, if only I have something to record this conversation. Priceless, I tell you. Love? I scoffed. I don't think I ever understood what love is, and I'm not sure I will. I'm a broken man, Sakura. Hanabi is important to me, I know that. But love? I really don't know. I don't even know why she's so attached to me after so many years. I just know that she's important to me and I have to protect her. That's it. Full stop. The edge of Sakura's mouth visibly twitched even in this dim light. No wonder Hanabi kept calling you an idiot whenever she talked about you. I looked back at her with a frown. What? That's the problem. What? Use that smart head of yours and go figure it out. I know you are not stupid. Sakura turned around to take her leave, but stopped halfway right before she exited the cell. Anything else I can do for you before I find my mum, go back home, break down, and cry ourselves to sleep? It's fine. Thanks, Sakura. The first part is a lie, but the last part was the truth. Nothing's fine. Not when the world is like this. Twisted. Kakashi-sensei? Ma, sorry for being late. But there was this old lady dash that needed help in crossing the road. And there was also this black cat that crossed my path dash. And so you took a detour to avoid 10 years of bad luck? And you wouldn't believe the traffic unless you see it for yourself. And after that I got lost on the dash path of life. I get it. I cut Kakashi off before he can keep going on and on with his never-ending list of excuses. Seriously, Kakashi-sensei, stop using Abito-sensei's real-life experiences to come up with excuses. You need to be a little more creative than this. You are not cute at all. Kakashi did a dramatic eye roll as he unlocked the chains binding me with a key in hand, but still leaving the chakra-suppressing cuffs on me. How long have I been here? It's been only a day, if you want to know. Meaning to say, the invasion ended yesterday. As if reading my mind, Kakashi told me that bit of information as he led me out, hands in his pockets in that usual lazy slouch as he walked beside me. Hanabi's still unconscious, but she's doing fine, so don't worry. Abito and Sai are fine too. Sai is busy helping to clean up the mess. The same goes for all of your cute little Jinin friends. Konoha needs every able-bodied shinobi we can afford right now. Abito is sent out on a mission to chase away the big bad Kumonins, so I decided to come in his stead. That's all I needed to hear. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Sorry, Haku. If only I was faster in stopping Darui. Don't be. If it wasn't for you, both Hanabi and I would be killed by him. Thank you. There are a lot of people to thank if I think about it. There's also Tsunade and Yamato too. They were instrumental in helping me save Hanabi. Now you are a little cuter. Just a little. How did Abito manage to tolerate such uncute behavior from you all the time? I'm the one doing the tolerating in Team 13. Ask him when he gets back. Quiz him on how many senbons he had to pluck out from his body ever since Team 13 became official. Now you are back to not cute at all. Here, turn left, walk up the stairs. We are going to the Hokage office. I can feel my eyebrows rising a little. I'm not afraid of what is to happen since Hanabi is alright now, but I'm curious as to how the new Hokage, my godfather, and the council will deal with me. My godfather is now the Hokage. By the village's laws, what I did will definitely warrant me the death sentence. As the Hokage, my godfather will have to personally sentence me to death. Great! I just heard him on his first day in office as Hokage. Great! I just made his life absolutely difficult no matter what I chose to do starting from now. Great! In any case, I just want to see him one last time. I saw Minato sitting there in the chair the moment I entered the office, with his new Hokage robes. The chair that Kizashi used to sit on. Standing around him are various notable shinobis. Fugaku, Dan, Tsunade, Shikaku, and even Hayashi is there too. All of them are in their battle gear, like they are prepared to go to war again if Kumo, Suna, and Odo somehow strikes back. Haku. My godfather greeted me with a smile and a nod despite how obvious it is that he is tired. It's not hard to tell that he has a lot on his mind and even more things for him to do. I stopped short before I could call him like how I usually do. Right now, he is not the person who is my godfather. Right now, he is the Godame Hokage of Konoha who will act accordingly to what I had done. He is here as a Hokage to punish his misbehaving subordinate who had threatened the safety of the village that he is sworn to protect. Hokage-sama. He didn't correct me. You could have taken off the cuffs any time you want. I know you can do it. Why didn't you? What's the point? I countered. For every action there will be a reaction. I knew something like this will happen when I decided to do what I did to save Hanabi. Might as well make things easier for everyone. Hanabi's safe and that is what mattered to me. I don't care about anything else. You know that. But I also know that you are now the Hokage, and there are things that you have to do, people you have to answer to, and responsibilities to fulfill. Whatever punishment that will be meted out, I will accept. So, what's the verdict? Death? Life imprisonment? I'm not here to play the blame game with you, Haku. Minato sighed, and for the first time I saw how tired and weary he is since I stepped into the office. None of us here are. Tsunade-san had a lot to say about you and she had already shared it with us countless times, but we decided that we need to first hear your side of the story. This is the Nibi we are talking about after all. She was dying. I said bluntly. I was just minding my own business trying to help stop Yujito-ni with Tsunade and Yamato. Then all of a sudden Darui from Kumo fired an attack at her that she could not evade or defend against. And there was nothing I could do to bring her back. She was just there, bleeding out on the ground, dying right in front of me. I closed my eyes and held in my breath as I tried to not let my mind wander back to that specific memory. I will go insane the longer I dwell on it. It reminded me too much of how Mom had died. Bleeding out on the ground. Dying right in front of me. And me being totally helpless to stop it. I don't want to dwell on it. I opened my eyes again. I had no idea what to do. Darui was still trying to kill us until Kakashi-sensei intervened. That still did not make things better for her. I still had no idea how I could save her. My powers are more suited in taking life than in saving it. Katsuyu said that even Tsunade herself might not be able to save her, the chances are that slim. Then I saw how Yujito healed herself in seconds when she was punctured with holes by Yamato's attack. I realized that the power of a tailed beast was what I need to save her. I need to seal the Nibi into Hanabi to save her. I have the tools and the skills. I know it's definitely possible and it's my best bet. The rest is history. Reckless, you mean? Tsunade gritted out. She obviously still has an intense dislike for me. Whatever floats your boat. Even then, thank you for helping to save Hanabi. You too, Yamato. Thank you. I heard a faint choked sound of disbelief from somewhere up from the ceiling right above me. I knew I wasn't imagining his presence when I entered the room along with the other ANBU guards I had sensed. The water vapor in the air told me so. Water is my ally, they follow my will. Yamato is probably hiding up on the ceiling acting as my godfather's personal ANBU guards. Yamato was a part of ANBU in Canon, I don't see why he won't be one in this world. You are a shinobi of Konohagakure first and foremost. Fugaku spoke out, which caught me by surprise there since this is an Uchiha we are talking about. Everything you do, it should be the sake for the village. You are lucky that your stunt did not result in anything disastrous and Konoha gained another Jinchuriki because of it, but that does not change the fact that what you did jeopardized the village's safety. There's also the fact that you did it on purpose without any regards of the consequences it can have on Konoha. Things could have been a lot worse should things go wrong. The irony. And Uchiha lecturing me about acting for the sake of the village. Canon Itachi, are you seeing this? Are you weeping tears of joy of this world's version of your father? If I were you, I will be. I think everyone here who had no part in raising me is misunderstanding something. I spoke out and proved my godfather's claim when I casually unlocked the cuffs on my wrists without any assistance, totally bypassing the seals on it. Compared to the ones my godparents taught me since young, these are elementary. The temperature dropped drastically as I released bits of my power. I never once considered myself as a shinobi of Konohagakure. At least, not in the truest sense. I do have people here that I have grown to care about, and for them, I don't mind protecting this village if it means protecting them. I continue to let the temperature drop. I have nothing else left to lose even if they kill me right here on grounds of treason. Hanabi is safe, and they won't kill her unless there is a very good reason to. They don't have any reason to. She is now their Jinchuriki. She will be protected. She will be safe. And among these people, Hanabi is the only one that I truly care about. This village, its people, and even the world. I will sacrifice everything and everyone else if it means keeping her alive. Remember, I was not from Konoha. I was forced to stay here against my will. So don't expect any form of loyalty to the village from me of all people. Ungrateful brat. Tsunade said with venom, fury in her eyes. After all we did to protect and raise you here in this village? I told you back then, and I am telling you again. Grow up, kid. Shinobis die all the time on the battlefield. I have an idea on what's your life like back in Kiri, and trust me, you are not the only one here who lost someone close to you. We all did. Like it or not, you are one of us now, and we treated you like our own. Have we been cruel to you? Or maybe you would like to continue living in the hellhole known as Kiri? Or maybe Suna? IWA, perhaps? Kumo? You know better than anyone that Konoha is the better villages when it comes to looking after its people. We are not perfect, we know that, but what more can you ask for? So grow up. What more can I ask for? Funnily enough, that is the very same question I have. What more can the village ask from me before I lose everything? What do I even have left? You lost someone. Have you ever lost everyone close to you? I growled out. The last person I want to hear reprimanding me is her, considering I know what she can be in another version of this twisted shinobi world. Have you ever felt so lost in the pit of loneliness that you have no idea which way is up or down? If this is your reality or if this is hell. Constantly thinking that this is all a dream and a simple slit to your throat is all it takes to snap you out of this never-ending nightmare? That was only a fraction of what I felt until Hanabi came along and saved me. She is my only attachment to Konoha and to this world. So until you can truly understand what I felt, the last person I want to hear reprimanding me is you, Senju Tsunade. You don't have a right to speak to me about losing people that I care about. You think I don't understand what you felt? I lost my grandfather, my grandmother, my parents, my brother. Other than my grandparents, I lost the rest of them due to war. You think I don't understand what you went through? She doesn't. No, you don't. Because you weren't truly alone at any point in time, you had people pulling you out of it before you spiraled down. I fell into the deep end for one long month until I met Hanabi. Even then, you weren't like me where people force you to do anything you wouldn't want to do or be. Here, I was forced to be the one thing I never wanted to be, a shinobi. Maybe you are right, that I am a kid that still have lots of growing up to do. Maybe you are right, that you actually at some point understand what I felt. But are you absolutely sure about that? That we both felt the same thing to the same extent? We will need to compare notes to double check. Are your husband and son the only family you have left? What if I kill both of them? Shall we try it out? Will you be able to understand my pain then? Without warning, I teleported in front of Kato Dan using my mirrors, a kunai made of ice already in my hand. As I expected, he blocked it smoothly with his own. He is an S-rank shinobi after all, I expected nothing less. Tsunade is on me in a second and I can see the shadows moving, so that means Shikaku is on me too. I easily disarmed Kato Dan when he tried to grapple with me and I took his kunai for my own. Right before I could get caught by anyone else, I dispersed my body into shards of ice and reformed right where I used to stand. Kakashi's lightning-coated hand hovered dangerously near my throat, his eyes now those of a cold-blooded killer. Fugaku's Sharingan is spinning as one of his hand is already in a tiger seal, the other holding onto a kunai and taking a defensive stance. I smirked. Yamato came crashing down from the ceiling, convulsing uncontrollably on the floor, gasping for air as his hands went to his throat to try and breathe. The other ANBU guards I had sensed had been knocked out in the same way I neutralized Yamato. I made sure it was non-lethal. It's difficult, but I can do it if I concentrate hard enough. Water is my ally. They follow my every command. Water is the essence of life. I can control life itself. And so is air. With both water and air at my command, I can easily reap lives with a simple thought. The result of mixing water and air is ice. Yamato. He's not the only one you need to worry about. Upon my words, Dan fell as well, exhibiting the same symptoms. The air. The boy did something to the air. Fugaku's not totally correct. In actuality, I controlled the water vapor in the air. Konoha has a humid climate, and with it a lot of water vapor in the atmosphere. What would happen if someone breathes in the water vapor I controlled? I can do anything to my victims once it got to that stage. It doesn't matter even if you are an S-rank shinobi, if they do not have a way to get rid of the water vapor they breathe in, then they are as good as dead. I don't have a name for this technique yet, but this is my deadliest assassination technique that I invented. I kept its existence to myself, because I don't like to use such a technique. I don't want to kill if I can help it, even if I have no qualms on being a reaper. My assassination technique leaves no clues, no evidences, and is totally silent. The only drawback is that it can only be used in an area where air is relatively still and the area of effect is small. I haven't got around to work on expanding its range. Most of the time, only a small room like the Hokage's office fits the requirement for its use. That still doesn't change the fact that the Sharingan really is an absolute cheat. I'm starting to hate how easily Fugaku's Sharingan dissected the way my technique worked. No wonder Canon Danzo wanted all Uchihas dead to collect their eyes for himself. For power, violence is permitted. It sickens me. Everyone else didn't move, worried that I might kill Tsunade's family since they are now my hostages. Everyone here had also breathed in the same air Yamato and Dan did. Technically, everyone here is my hostage. Just what I need to prove my point. Do you understand where I am coming from now, Senju Tsunade? Can you start to understand my pain a little here? Why I did what I did to save Hanabi. I carried on, not paying any attention to anyone else. I'm tired. I'm tired of this shinobi life. I had tried. I tried living, and every single time I tried there will be something that fucks my life upside down once more. My life is like a tragedy drama series at this point. I'm sick of getting hurt. Also, even if Minato is the Hokage, he will be hard-pressed to simply issue me a pardon and write everything off. He is newly appointed. His power as Hokage is not yet solidified. He had been in office for only a day. He cannot just pardon me and assume people will not question his decision, authority, and legitimacy as Hokage. I don't want that to happen to him. Being the Hokage had always been his dream, and I don't want to ruin it for him. There's no way I'm going to walk away from the Nibi incident scot-free in the first place. I have nothing else to lose as long as Hanabi is safe. And she is safe. She definitely will be safe as Konoha's new Jinchuriki. There's nothing else keeping me here anymore. Not in Konoha, and not in this world. I'm tired. I want to take a break. I'm sick of this life, sick of this world of shinobi. Sick of a world where your loved ones disappear the moment you take your eyes off them for even a second. I don't want to live in such a world. This shinobi system is flawed, very so, and no one seems to realize this. How can there be peace where everyone lives in a system that promotes senseless violence? They don't even realize this because it had become so ingrained that it is the norm here. Can you imagine that? Violence as the norm? The main currency in this world that the economy is running on is violence. And nobody thinks that this is wrong? They don't realize that the shinobi system absolutely has to go if they want peace? There's no hope for this world. There's no salvation for it. This world cannot be saved. You! Tsunade roared out as she tried to run diagnostics on Dan, who is closer to her. Oh, I finally have her attention. And from the looks of it, she still hasn't figured out what I did. She feels the same feeling of hopelessness as I did. Perfect. Do you understand my reasoning now? What will happen if I kill them, everyone that you care about, right now? Will you feel the same hopelessness as I did? Will you fall into the deep end just as I did? Will you go insane? Will you spite the world? Burn it down just for a chance to kill me and avenge them? Will you tell everyone else to fuck off because there is no one else to bring color back into your life? Will you numb your sorrows the only way you know how because all you see now is an endless space of white with no end in sight? Haku. Kakashi spoke in a low voice, his Raikage still crackling near my neck as his warning to me. Don't. Your Raikage doesn't scare me. Seal's eye etched into my body of ice sucked the lightning-based chakra in. My entire body is now made of ice. I can etch any kind of seals onto my body anywhere with nary a thought. With this, jutsus like the Raikage that needs to come into close contact with me are useless. My godfather wanted to make me Jonin level in a month. I wanted to make him proud, so I made sure to surpass his expectations. I made sure to go beyond the highest bar that he could possibly set for me. I wanted him to be proud of me and what I can do. The next instant, Kakashi fell onto a single knee. He should have known better than to step on the accumulated snow around me that was created the moment I lowered the temperature. They sucked chakra dry extremely quickly. He got careless. Haku. My godfather's killing intent did grab my attention for a second, but only for a second. It got everyone's attention as well. But I had faced the Nibi, a tailed beast. This is nothing as compared to the monster cat. I had even faced death before. I had died. I don't fear killing intent. I don't fear death, not anymore. There's nothing else scarier than facing someone who don't fear death to themselves. There's nothing else that I fear. There's nothing I fear about things that threatens my well-being. My only weakness are the people who I care about. And I know the people in this room won't touch these people, so there's nothing I fear from them. But I don't want to put my godfather in a spot. The one who had been so kind to me. I don't want to put Hayashi in a spot, the man who had tried to raise me as his son as best as his can even if he doesn't know how to go about doing so. But he tried, and I am grateful even if I never told him about how I felt about him. So, I released my hold on Yamato and Dan. It's not like I want to kill them. I just want to prove a point. I said as I stopped fluctuating my powers about. I'm surprised Minato and Hayashi didn't make a single move throughout this entire time. Maybe they really have so much faith in me that I won't go around starting a killing spree. Trust is a two-way street. But having too much trust can hurt too. Everything hurts at this point. I sighed. Konoha wanted me to stay here, I did that. Konoha wanted me to be a shinobi, I did that. People told me to try and trust others again, I did that. I tried. Okay? I really tried to care, to live. And whenever I start trying in earnest to live again, either my life gets turned upside down or people close to me just start dying left and right. It just didn't work out, okay? I'm tired. I really cannot be bothered to care how you want to punish me. Just get it over and done with and let me be. Not wanting to escalate things further, I picked up the chakra suppressing cuffs and put it back on my wrists once more. This should be an obvious enough signal for them that I don't want to continue this conflict. I realized that my right hand is still holding onto the kunai I disarmed from Dan, and I looked at it. I'm really sick and tired of this world. It would be so simple to get out of here. One simple swipe, like how the academy taught us when we were like what? 6? 7? Quick, clean, efficient. So simple. You asked what more can I ask from the village? What more do you guys want to expect from me? My bloodline? Just take a blood sample out of me and go clone my powers with some freaky science research. My skills as a shinobi? I'm far from being the deadliest one in Konoha. You don't need me. My freedom? I was already robbed of it when I came here together with my free will. What else do I have that you want to take away from me? The people I care about? Just what else is the village expecting from me? Just give me a list of what Konoha wants from me so I can pack it in a gift box wrapped in a nice ribbon and give everything at once. If Konoha wants to take more from me, I'd rather give everything at once instead of one at a time. It's less painful this way. Haku dash. You said peace is attainable if everybody can understand everybody else. I cut my godfather off as I looked at him. I know he is worried for me, but I'm tired. I don't want to make things more difficult for him by putting him in a difficult spot, especially not so in a trying time like this. He is now the Hokage. He needs to show the people that he can lead them as their Hokage. This is a difficult situation for him to be in. He had always been too kind for his own good. He had been one of the nicest people to me ever since I found myself here, and I don't want to be a burden to him. I don't want to put him in a spot. I had willingly threatened the very safety of the village. I don't want him to be the one to personally issue my death sentence, which is the rightful punishment for what I did in regard to the Nibi situation in accordance to Konoha's laws. If he plead a lighter sentence for me, people will start doubting him because I got away scot-free simply by being his godson. I don't want that. I want him to be Hokage. It is his dream. For his dream, for his village, Konoha has to be united now. He needs to solidify his authority as Hokage, and I absolutely cannot ruin this for him. I don't want to force him to do something so cruel onto himself because of me. But I also want to give him a big reality check. He cannot afford to be naive if he is the Hokage. That will get him killed. You said understanding is the key to peace, but even in this small room of a handful of people, we are still unable to understand each other. The feeling of holding onto a kunai never felt heavier before, but at the same time it never felt so comfortable. And that's why, your version of peace will never come true. It's just not possible. Not in a world where everyone is forced to kill everyone else, so that the economy our society is dependent on can continue to keep going. Not in a system where senseless violence is encouraged and it becomes the norm in our daily lives, allowing greed to run rampant. This world of shinobi is flawed, Tusan. The shinobi system is flawed. As long as the shinobi system exists, there will never be peace. We can never understand each other. I look at him again, and I know from the look in his eyes that my words had hurt him. We shinobis are the biggest obstacles to peace. There will never be peace with shinobis around. I hate disappointing him. I hate disappointing the two men who had been my father figures ever since I came here. Hayashi never spoke a single word, but I know enough to tell that what I did and what I said had pained his heart as well. It wasn't my intention, but I have to say what I want to say. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I close my eyes and think. If there is no peace to be found in this world, if there is no way it can even be attained, then I don't want to stay here. There's nothing to anchor me here anymore. The one person who was my anchor is now strong enough to live on without me. She no longer needs my protection. She promised me that she will never hurt me, but she did. She nearly died. She nearly died in almost the same way Mum did. She could have died. She was so lucky that Yujito was there so I could use the Nibi to save her. She was so lucky that I happened to have the correct skill set to help save her. She was so lucky that the correct people were there to save her. So many things could have gone wrong. Just one thing out of place and she's a goner. She was so lucky. She could have died. Out of so many things that had hurt me since coming to Konoha, that hurt me the most. The one person who I am trying to protect the hardest had hurt me the most. She had said that she will never hurt me. What hurt even more is that I know she will keep throwing herself into mortal danger, because she is a shinobi of Konoha and it is her duty to do so. She will not stop. Being a shinobi had always been her dream. She will just keep heading into danger the moment she is given the order to, and all it needs is for one mission to go horribly wrong and she will be dead. I can protect her once, twice, thrice, 10 times, 100 times, but I cannot protect her forever if this is how things are going to play out. I'm not God. I'm just a weak mortal cursed with a broken bloodline. Her near death had made me realize that I cannot protect her. The same goes for the rest of the people that I actually care, because all of them are shinobis. They are expected to live and die for the village. The moment the village orders them to go and die, they will die. Which means I cannot protect them, because this is how the world works. In that case, then I don't have a purpose in life anymore. My purpose in life is now gone. The people that I keep trying to prevent from getting hurt will just end up hurting me instead. Call me a coward, but I want an escape. I never said that I was brave or courageous. I don't want to get hurt anymore. I have enough of getting hurt. I just want out. The easy way out is fine. I'm sick of this. I'm tired. I want out of this world. I didn't even ask to be here in the first place. Why am I even here? Am I entertainment to some deity up there who planted me here for the fun of it? Watching my tragic life play out and laughing at my every move like it's some sort of TV drama? The sage himself, perhaps? I hate this twisted world. So much that I am starting to understand why Canon Madara and Canon Abito wanted to destroy this forsaken world. We could even be friends. Best pals even. I'm sure we can get along just fine. Maybe I should be reborn as an Uchiha. It will be fitting. I reopened my eyes just as my hand holding the kunai moved. Nobody would be fast enough to react at this sudden turn of events, not even the yellow flash. All of them will be expecting for me to hurt someone else, they will not be expecting for me to harm myself. The kunai would find its mark on my neck, just as it should so many years ago, right before Abito-sensei wrongfully rescued me from that Kumo-nin. I don't even remember the face of that Kumo-nin anymore. From the very beginning, I should have been dead when I escorted Hanabi back to Konoha so many years ago. That was how it should be like. I wasn't meant to survive. I wasn't meant to be here. This should be how it ended, like it should so many years ago. I had never been a participant of this world. I never once belonged here. I am an anomaly. An outsider. Someone who never belonged to anywhere. Not to Konoha, and not to this world. Who was I fooling anyway? That there is a purpose to me being here? Living a second life? Me. I've always been trying to fool myself all this while. I'm sorry. As to who I'm apologizing to, I don't know anymore. I don't need to know anymore. Chapter 18, Tear and Rebuild. It hurts. It hurts all over. Why is it so dark in here? Where is she? So, you are my new host. Interesting. Who? Here. The area brightened, and right at the entrance of a rocky cave bathed in unholy blue flames, sat the demon cat, locked behind bars that prevents it from exiting the cave to eat her alive. Hanabi looked around her, and realized that she doesn't recognize this place at all. Right behind her is a tall and rocky cliff that extends all the way up into the darkness, a place where the light of the flames cannot reach. The same goes for anywhere about 20 meters away from her in a radius. Only a small area is lighted up by these eerie blue flames. There's nowhere else to go other than forward, and she sure as hell doesn't want to go even closer to the flaming cat of destruction. Why are you here? Where am I? Why don't you ask the ice brat? Haku? What's he got to do with this? Why don't you wake up and ask him? And you should be grateful for my help in keeping you alive. Seriously, the nerve of them to seal me into a dying host. But I have to admit that it takes them some serious guts and skill to pull off. I haven't seen anyone doing something as ballsy as that before. Anyway, before we carry on. Your name, kitten. Tell me your name. Hanabi's eyes narrowed. This must be a dream. A very bad dream. That's it. I know that look, Naya. Yujito used to have the same look when she first met me, pity that she's gone now. I'm real, not a figment of your imagination. You are now my host. Don't you get it? You are now a Jinchuriki, descendant of Hamura. We are talking in your mindscape. Why, you are lying. Hanabi cannot help but shout back at the monster cat that is locked behind bars in a place that she doesn't even know where. Mindscape? What's that? Where is she even? And how is she a Jinchuriki? She was supposed to be dead. How is she still alive? She remembered that Kumo guy with that ugly butcher knife that held some unknown grudge against her had shot her with some sort of laser-like jutsu. Have you finally calmed down? Have you finally regained your sense of logic? I don't want to make our relationship even harder than it is. I dislike conflicts. Tell me your name, and I will tell you mine. And then you can get out of here and ask your ice brat the questions I'm sure you are dying to know the answers to. She doesn't really have much to lose now, does she? She's dead, right? There's no way she could be alive after taking a fatal jutsu like that. Is this hell? It would make sense, with the blue flames and all. Maybe this cat is just a weird sort of manifestation the Keeper of Hell chose to take, and it happens to look like that stupid two-tailed cat. That has to be it, right? Yeah, that sounds like the most logical explanation. There's no way she could be alive. Huga Hanabi, she said fearlessly as her mind wandered back to Haku, her siblings, her father and uncle. Will they miss her? She really hopes that they wouldn't be too sad at her passing. Especially Haku. Hopefully he didn't go and do anything stupid now that she's gone. Niji and Ai and Naysan should be able to talk him out of the depression she has no doubt he is experiencing. If not, there's always Naruto, and she is the most optimistic and stubbornly loyal person she ever had the chance to know. If anyone can get Haku out of his funk, it's her. Hanabi doesn't want to see Haku here in hell, at least not in a long, long time. He needs to live till the ripe old age of 80 at the very least before she allows him to come here to join her. She will kick him back to the mortal plane if she ever spots him coming here before he reaches the age of 80. Matatabi. My name is Matatabi. The cat replied after a few seconds of silence. Know this, Hanabi-chan. I may acknowledge you by your name, and I may give you permission to address me by my name, but that does not mean I acknowledge you as my host. If you want to use my power, prove to me that you are capable of using it. I will let you use a small fraction of my power, however, and whenever you want to. But if you want more, then it will depend on my mood and whims. I have no idea what you are talking about, and honestly, I don't care. Just let me out of here already. Hanabi said crossly with her arms on her hips. What's with this place anyway? Fine. But remember, if you want to use my full power, prove to me that you are a worthy host. One that I can fight alongside with as my equal and one that I can trust without question. Until then, Hanabi-chan, we will meet again. And the world of fire faded. Nabi! Hanabi! Can you hear me? Hanabi! She groaned as she tried to open her eyes and clear the foggy vision. What is it now? Why is she still able to hear her twin's voice? Is this some sort of joke? The damn cat thinks it is so funny, huh? Is this some sort of genjutsu? I can sense your negativity to me as clear as day. I take offense to that, kitten. You are very much alive, that I assure you. It's not like you can die without my permission now that I'm sealed in you. Now wake up and accept your reality. Damn it. The stupid cat is still around in her head. Definitely Jinjutsu. I felt that. Nei-san? Her brain halted when her vision finally cleared and spotted the face of her twin. Hanabi? Can you hear me? She coughed, and it was then she realized her throat is dry. Too parched for it to be normal, like she hadn't drunk any water in days. Here. A cup of water was held in front of her mouth. Instinctively, she sat up and opened her mouth to drink it, and quickly gulped it down her throat to quench her thirst. And Nei-san? What, where are you dead as well? She started to rant as she moved her limbs, her body surprisingly painless, nimble, and more rejuvenated than what she could remember. Since when did her body feel so vitalist? Because if so, I'm so kicking you back into the world of the living. I swear, if you are here in hell with me dash. Her words were cut off prematurely when Hinata caught her in a hug. Her brain halted once more for the nth time today. Too many confusing things had happened in this short span of time for her brain to figure out just what is going on. Nei-san? Hinata's grip on her tightened, and she started to panic at this uncharacteristic behavior of her sister. And Nei-san? What's dash? Don't. Hinata choked out as Hanabi felt her shoulders stained wet with tears. Don't do that again. You nearly died, Hanabi. If you died, I dash. Hanabi slowly wrapped her arms around Hinata and patted her comfortingly on the back. I don't know what happened, but okay. I won't do that again. I promise. Whatever that is. She still has no idea what is going on, but she does know that she has to calm her sister down. Don't do that again, please. I won't. I promise, Nei-san. They remained in that position, with their heads resting on each other's shoulders. Hanabi used this opportunity to survey her surroundings. Why is she in a hospital? Is this her version of hell? A hospital? Really? Damn it, cat. At least choose a place that has some sort of entertainment as her hell. I told you, you are very much alive, dumb human. Why don't you just get it already? She stilled. What if everything the cat told her was true? That she's still alive, that she's now a Jinchuriki. But, how? Hanabi? Are you alright? Hinata finally released her when she sensed her twin's unnatural halt in movement. Do you feel any discomfort? I can call the dash. Nei-san. She cut her twin off. Whatever this place is, be it hell, the world of living, or some messed up Jinjutsu, she needs to know just what had happened after her memories went fuzzy. Assuming that she is somehow still alive, then Haku got some serious explaining to do. If anyone is crazy and motivated enough to bring her back from the dead, it will be him. What happened? He can still remember the day he first met the boy who he will soon grow to love like his own son. He first saw him in the hospital when he first arrived. He can still remember the first real conversation they had in his house. It was when he first come over for the study session he and Kushina helped Naruto to organize. It was to help their daughter to bond with her friends. The conversation was about seals. That's a seal that regulates the temperature of the surrounding area. Interesting, isn't it? How does it even work? Seals are basically just ink and paper, right? How can something like that do things from regulating temperature to sealing objects in a scroll? He remembered how excited he was to introduce the world of seals to the boy. He remembered the boy being equally curious and excited to learn about seals as well. He heard her walking towards him from behind. Minato. I failed, Kushina. Some Hokage I am. The shrill whir of rotating wind screeched as Minato held the Raisin Shuriken up in the air. The jutsu that he only managed to perfect and complete thanks to his son. The son which is not related to him by blood, but is still his son in every sense of the word. The boy who is too kind to be a shinobi, even if he is a natural at it. The boy who had immediately recognized what it means when his godfather is now the Hokage, and thus don't want to make his life difficult for him by forcing him to make the correct decision for the sake of the village. Because his godfather is the Hokage and the village needs their Hokage. His son is just a kind boy who did not want to put his useless godfather in a difficult spot. He should have just gone straight to the point with Haku. His son had always liked to do things in a straightforward manner, he knew it. He should have told his son right away that Kizashi had pardoned him. There was a reason why Kizashi purposely used his last breath to pardon Haku, because Kizashi had predicted that something like this will happen. Maybe it was out of guilt, but Kizashi wanted to help Haku and mitigate the damage as much as possible before he went into an eternal slumber. Kizashi's words still hold more power over his right now, because Kizashi had been the Hokage for more than a decade while he is only Hokage for a few days. Kizashi's pardon was what is needed to get Haku out of this bind. It was Kizashi's final gift to him, because he knows how important Haku is to him. If even Kizashi had decided to pardon him, if Haku had known this, he would not need to needlessly worry about his useless godfather, about his godfather's new status as Hokage. Haku would not need to worry how his actions regarding the Nibi incident would have adverse impacts on his godfather, and wrongly felt that he is the source of all his difficulties because of it. He is just too smart. Everyone always underestimates just how smart and insightful his son can be. Sometimes his son is too smart for his own good, and that's why he tends to worry about the most needless of things. He thinks about everyone else he cares about, but never for himself. And when he finally decides to think for himself, all he wants is the fastest and most painless way to get out of this cursed system of shinobi. Why? You already took away my physical freedom, the freedom on how I want to live my life. Why did you take away my only freedom left? My freedom on how I want to choose to end my life? What else do you guys want from me? What else do you want me to give to this village? People called him the Yellow Flash, and yet he wasn't fast enough to stop his son. He had thought that he would have really lost his son. He can still remember both the shock and relief when that seal actually worked. The seal that he and Kushina had secretly applied on him when they first met him in the hospital so many years ago. It was so long ago that everyone had actually forgotten that such a seal was still on him. The seal that secretly took away his freedom. That seal was secretly applied on him on that day right after Kizashi had made him stay in Konoha. Haku had succumbed to exhaustion and went back to sleep again. Everyone else had left the room except for the adults. It was this lucky and twisted coincidence that saved him from losing his son. You sure about this, Kizashi? It's obvious that he has severe suicidal tendencies. I think it is necessary. Don't worry, this is just a short-term measure. We can always take it off when he gets better. He never got better, so they never took it off. Eventually, time passed. This particular memory faded from everyone's minds, so everyone had forgot that such a seal is still there, on his son. Haku's right. What more can they take away from him? Haku didn't even have the freedom to choose how he wanted to die like Kizashi did, even if Minato is glad that his son is still alive, even if it is just in the physical sense. Everyone knew that even with Kizashi's pardon, Haku would not realistically get away scot-free. At least not totally, because he violated one of the most fundamental laws in their village that was institutionalized since its founding. Haku will still need to be punished, but at least Kizashi's pardon will let him escape the death sentence and get a much lighter one instead. Still, Minato had planned everything out. It was the perfect arrangement to get Haku out with the least complications. An arrangement he is sure that everyone will be satisfied. Haku would get nothing more than a slap on the wrist. Nobody else had said otherwise when he proposed it, not even Tsunade after much persuasion on his part, because everyone can see that it will work. It is the best arrangement for everyone involved. But things need to be accounted for and explained, and everyone who don't know him well just wants to know why he did that, and they all agreed that Haku deserves a fair chance to at least explain himself, so they called him in. They just weren't expecting him to have such a huge reaction to Tsunade's and Fugaku's words. He shouldn't have let Tsunade in on that meeting or even anywhere near his son at all. She obviously had no favorable impression of Haku. Everyone else was busy trying to keep the village together right after his best friend died. They were all so busy that no one even knew that Haku was locked away by Tsunade in a cold dark cell deep underground ever since the end of the invasion. All because she was furious with him and did not trust him enough to not do anything funny. She never informed anyone else about this, only telling them that he is still alive. They themselves thought that Haku had went back home after the invasion ended. Everyone had just assumed, no one had checked. They were too busy to, including Hayashi, who never even had the chance to went back to the compound to personally check on his children. It was a severe case of a series of wrong assumptions and miscommunication. It was when they finally had the time to review the Nibi situation one day later and he sent Kakashi to retrieve Haku did he learn that his son was trapped underground all along. That was one reason why everything blew up in everyone's faces in his office. That was his first mistake. He should have kept tabs on his son's whereabouts. That place is where they kept their worst criminals if they ever need it. It's not comfortable nor is it kind. God knows what happened to Haku's already fragile psyche when he was trapped in such a horrid place for so long, right after something that traumatic had happened to him no less. The person that he cared for the most had almost died right in front of him. Of course he would be traumatized. Anyone will be. If it wasn't for his respect for the slug Sannin and out of respect for Jiraiya-sensei, he would have raisin shurikened her all the way to IWA by now. His son is just a kind boy who had been hurt too many times to count and had got scared of getting hurt, because every single time he got hurt it had become too painful, too much for him to handle. He is scarred. Like the countless cuts that littered his arms he had gotten when he risked his life to save Hanabi so many years back, it cannot be erased. Haku's pain had never been erased, merely forgotten and buried. But it is there, a dull ache that constantly hurts him. He had always been hurting, he just learned to cope with it by hiding it. He hid it too well, that nobody had noticed it. As his godfather, how could he not have realized that? Some father he is. Some Hokage he is. He threw the raisin shuriken with a vengeance, and it gave him no satisfaction at all when it obliterated a huge section of the Hokage's private training ground. It made him feel emptier than it already is. Some Hokage he is. Leaf-cutting exercise? Yeah, I perfected it. Surprised? Now, my dear Haku. I am the legendary Yellow Flash. I know my stuffs. Mastering the wind release takes decades to perfect. You need to try harder if you want to dash. Zip! He remembered that his son split the leaf into two neat pieces. He remembered that his own eyes nearly popped out in disbelief when he first saw it. You need to try harder if you want to live in denial, Shursho. Right now, I have greater expertise than you in using the wind release. Admit it. The Great Yellow Flash just got himself beaten by a Genin a few months into his shinobi career. You win this round. He can still remember the smug look Haku wore on his face for the entire day, just because he managed to one-up the legendary Yellow Flash. Even then, Minato was genuinely happy. The child which he views as his son was healing. His son had chosen to trust him, to listen to his advice that trust is a two-way street and tried once more to open his heart up to be able to trust again. He was starting to find a purpose to live for again. He found it. He wanted to try his best to protect everyone he cares about, so he worked hard on improving himself, to be as strong as possible so that he can protect his precious people and his dream. He wanted to make everyone proud of him during the Chunin exams, especially his parents. For him, Kushina, and Hayashi. And it really is a respectable dream. Everyone was proud of him when he defeated Gaara without suffering a single scratch on his person. His performance was spectacular. But Haku opening his heart up to trust left him so much more susceptible to hurt. Minato didn't know how he missed the other side of what he preached, that because trust is a two-way street, once that trust is broken, the pain that Haku felt had been magnified when he received it, because there were no defenses to protect his already fragile heart. And the pain had hurt Haku badly, so badly that he had given up trying altogether. He formed another Raisin Shuriken in his hand, letting it continue to screech and grow. It was because of Haku's finding that jutsus and chakra can also be used in the mindscape instead of using the time in there to simply brainstorm for ideas that he managed to complete the Raisin Shuriken. It was because of this that he easily came out on top in his recent battle against Ai, allowing him to come back alive and unscathed. To come back victorious. It was how he managed to cut off one of Ai's left arm and drive the Raikage out of Konoha. People sang praises of his achievements, but none of them knew that his son was the reason why he could even manage it. "How is he?" he asked his wife, not exactly sure that he wants to hear the truth. "Physically? Fine." Tsunade took a look at him, as best as she could anyway, considering the situation. "Mentally? I'm starting to think that he cannot continue to be a shinobi anymore. Even Inoichi agrees with me. Not after how he regressed. He's not responding to anything or anyone and is constantly releasing a chill so cold that it forced us all away. Everything around him is either covered in snow or ice. No one could get near him no matter how we tried. We think that he had somehow forced himself into a semi-hibernate state with his ice released to escape reality. Inoichi speculates that he just wants to numb himself in the cold and sleep everything off until he dies. He's just not responding to any outside stimulus. At this rate he's going to die a slow death from either starvation or dehydration, Minato. I don't think he had even eaten or drank anything since the invasion. So Haku is trying to find another way to die that is not suicide? Trying to bypass the rules set by that seal? To test the limits on what the seal considered as suicide? Why must he be so smart? That seal definitely didn't consider starvation and dehydration as suicide. He's never suited for the life of a shinobi. I should have realized it. I should have stopped Kizashi when Haku first arrived here, but I went ahead with his decision. Kizashi made me his advisor so that I can stop him if he ever went overboard. I failed. I failed both him and Haku. Saname-sama was right to choose Kizashi as Hokage over me. I'm not fit to be Hokage. Minato. Kushina said in equal amount of concern and sternness as she held onto his arm. You cannot afford to be doubting yourself now. Kizashi left the village in your care. Everyone looks up to you now. You cannot be doubting yourself, especially now. How can I not doubt myself? Minato roared out as he threw another 2 Raisin Shurikens and the earth cracked beneath his feet, responding to the power he wields over nature thanks to Sage Mode. The other end of the training field exploded once more when his Raisin Shurikens imploded. He tried to commit suicide, Kushina. In front of me and Hayashi. Because he genuinely thought that he had no way out and he doesn't want me to personally give the order for his death sentence, because he didn't want to put me in a difficult spot. Because I am now the Hokage. I should have been straightforward with him. I knew he always liked things to be straightforward. How can I not doubt myself when I took the wrong decision that nearly ended my son? He panted as he tried to catch his breath, slowly deactivating his Sage Mode lest it consumes him from his rage. How can I not doubt myself after that? When I cannot even prove that I can make the correct decision when it comes to my son? How am I supposed to lead an entire village then? The village that my best friend had left me to protect in his stead now that he's gone? Nobody knows whether they took the correct action in the now. That is something that we can only find out later. Kushina said as she hugged her husband from behind, trying to ease the pain he feels. He's safe. He's fine. Our son is fine. He's not fine. Mina dash. He's not fine, Kushina, let's not kid ourselves. You didn't hear what he said before he truly gave up on life. He asked what more is the village expecting from him when he has nothing left to give. He's tired, he's so tired of living and continuously giving more and trying to trust again, only to have his trust broken again, and I don't know what to do to help him. He feels that he is at a dead end. People call me a genius, a prodigy, and yet I have no clue on what I can do to help Haku. He's only 13. Kizashi, Makoto, and I helped run this village together in our own ways so that children will not need to experience any more wars, so that they can grow up happy, so that each of our visions of peace can come true. The expression on Haku's face shouldn't be there. It shouldn't be on anyone's faces at all. And definitely not one a child like him should be wearing. We failed. Kushina can only tighten her hold on him. Do you know what he said next? That was the real kicker, Kushina. He told me that my version of peace can never be attained, not when shinobis exist. He told me that the existence of shinobis is the biggest obstacle to my dream of peace. He is certain that my version of peace is not possible as long as shinobis exist. You know what's even better? He fucking proved it. To everyone. In that small little room known as the Hokage's office, where we S-rank shinobis were listening to his side of the story, not counting my ANBU guards who were somehow all knocked out without us realizing when or how, he proved that my version of peace, the one I had dreamed about since young, that establishing understanding between people is impossible. He made Tsunade see his point. Tsunade, Kushina. The slug princess with a stubborn streak so strong that not even the combined might of Jiraiya-sensei, Orochimaru, and the Sandaime can steer her back once she had an idea implanted in her head, and he made her see his point. He created a jutsu that even I didn't know about or could ever imagine its concept, a jutsu that could have assassinated all of us S-rank shinobis in the room without us knowing how or why if Fugaku didn't have the Sharingan. Taking down Gaara, holding his own against Ai, repelling an army by himself using his snow, facing down Yujito, extracting and resealing a tailed beast, capable of assassinating more than half of our village's S-rank shinobis at once without a trace, debunked my vision of peace within minutes. I don't even know if I should be proud of him or be mad at him at this point. I don't even know what to believe in anymore, now that my dream of peace had gone up in flames. I don't even know what I am feeling right now. The two of them stayed like that in this manner for a few more minutes before Minato spoke up again, breaking the silence. What do you think I should do now? What you think is best? She said with certainty. You can make the right decisions, Minato. It's obvious that Haku sincerely believes that you can be a great Hokage. He believes in you. Haku just views the world differently from you and me. He views this world very differently from everyone else. I think that right now, what he needs is space. He needs time to heal by himself. He still cares for us, in his own way. He just decided to give up because what happened to Hanabi had scared him so badly, and it had indeed hurt him too badly. He doesn't want to get hurt anymore. He's too afraid of getting hurt again, so his first instinct is to prevent himself from feeling that same hurt all over again. Unfortunately, the method he chose this time was to escape instead of trying to confront it like what he usually did. That's why he had gave up and tried to end it his own way without making things difficult for you. If he knew that Kizashi had pardoned him, then things might end differently, but you still couldn't have predicted Haku's reactions. Your council wanted to know the reasons behind why Haku disobeyed all orders, and you indulged them as Hokage because it was the right and logical thing to do. There are things to be accounted for. It was the best course of action you could take for all parties involved. Worst course of action I could take. None of this now, Minato. Haku needs us now more than ever. He doesn't need your negativity when he already has enough to fill the entire village with it. If it wasn't for that seal, we would have lost him. I would have lost us a son. I would have lost Hayashi a son. Hanabi would have woken up only to find that the boy she had loved since young had died instead of her. Hinata and Niji would have returned home only to find that their oldest brother is gone. Naruto would have lost her only brother. Team 13 would have lost a member for no reason, and Abito would have lost a student. All because of me. Hokage. Minato, please. Remember the seal we placed on him when he was 5? When he first arrived in the hospital? The stupid seal that we placed to monitor him? Haku's right. What else can we take away from him? We had taken away his freedom to even end his own life without him knowing about it. The anti-suicide seal. If it wasn't for the seal we used on our prisoners in TNI so that they cannot hide their information through death, the seal that all of us had actually forgot that we had placed on him when we first met him, we would have lost him. He doesn't even have the free will on whether he can choose how he wants to end his life, so he is testing the limits of the seal by trying to starve himself to death, to see if the seal considers this scenario as suicide. It's like he is trying to spite us for hurting him so much. If this isn't such a morbid scenario, I would be impressed by his ability to find and exploit loopholes and seals. We taught him too damn well. It was for his own good back then. He wasn't in the best state of mind when he first arrived, you know that. Everyone can see that he was suicidal. It was why we decided that such a seal was necessary in case he really tried something like this. We had his best interests in mind. Do we really? Did we ever ask him what he wanted? Go and see Haku, Minato. You are the only one right now with the ability to brave the cold and reach out to him. He needs us now, more than ever. He still thinks he is an outsider. I don't think he would want to see me now. If I were him, I wouldn't want to see me now. We had taken too much from him. Konoha had taken too much from him. He's right. Ironically, we shinobis who have been trying to reach for peace are the greatest obstacles in achieving our dream of peace. He's right. This world is flawed. It is wrong. It took 5 generations of Hokages to realize what a child could in 13 years. Hokages. Fire shadows. Protectors of the village. We don't deserve this title. We are no better than a child. Just at this moment, an ANBU flickered into the training ground. What is it, Bear? Hokage-sama. Huga Hanabi had woken up, but is extremely distressed upon learning about Yuki Haku's situation. It is taking everything Hayashi-sama have to restrain her. Thank you, Bear. We will be there shortly. You are dismissed. What are you going to tell Hanabi? Kushina asked the moment Bear excused himself. Everything. She deserves to know, and she may be the only one that Haku will listen to right now. He will want to know that she had woken up and she is safe. Minato slowly pried off Kushina's arms around him before turning around to face her. Thank you, Kushina, for everything. Well, someone has to kick your sorry ass back into gear, right? She said with her hands on her hips. Minato only let out a brief chuckle as he held out a hand for her to grab onto, which she did. A flash of yellow later, only the side of the wrecked training ground remained. That idiot! Idio tidio 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 tidiot. Ergragaf. Oh, don't get her wrong, it's nice to be alive and not dead. Oh, don't get her wrong, she knows it absolutely sucks to be a Jinchuriki, and Kushina had more than explained to her what it means to be one. Oh, don't get her wrong, she knows that she being alive is nothing short of a miracle that was only possible because of Haku, and knowing that worrywart that had always been too damn smart for his own good, he probably thought that she will hate him for eternity by putting her in this irreversible situation. That idiot. But the one thing that she is definitely not wrong is that it is utterly stupid to try and attempt a magical escape by suicide. Oh, she is so going to have words with him. And with a certain slug Sandine too, but that comes later. That old hag is a medic. It doesn't take a medical genius to know that imprisoning a mentally unstable person in a cold dark cell all alone by himself after experiencing a serious case of mental trauma is a recipe for disaster. Even someone as dense as Kiba knows that. Oh, she will have fun tearing the slug Sandine a new one. The best medic mean in the elemental nations? Yeah, right. But dealing with the old hag comes very much later. Right now, Haku needs her. And so, kicking off the sheets of her hospital bed, plugging out all the IVs stabbed into her body, slipping on a random pair of mismatched slippers she sees lying on the floor, no one, not her father, her uncle, her twin, her cousin, her sensei, or even her Hokage dared to stop her when she literally ignored everyone and everything else as she fumed in anger and stormed off still dressed in that ugly hospital gown. She is now marching over to where Kushina and her new Hokage said he is at. Everyone avoided her like the plague as she made her way there. People are giving her looks, she can tell that much since she has the Byakugan and it allows her to see everything. She can see the looks they are giving her when they thought she cannot see them. She can hear the whispers that they thought she could not overhear. The cat. The freak. The monster. Is this what Haku really felt when he first came here? Like an outsider in his own home? She was too young to understand back then, but she understands now. A little. She now understands a little of what he felt when he first came here, when he was forced to stay here all because of her. He definitely felt like an outsider and this feeling really sucks. She should have taken better care of him. These people also better know how to hold their tongue, or she will show them what a monster really is. Honestly, they can flop over and die right now and she won't care. She has a way bigger fish to fry here. She was told that he had fled and voluntarily isolated himself in a secured cell down below underground right under the Hokage Tower, a place where nobody can hurt him and he cannot hurt them as long as they don't come and find him. He probably didn't want to hurt anybody else with his power. From what she knew from her dear Hokage, the entire underground of the Hokage Tower is now a frozen wasteland. Knowing that stupid idiot she loves so much, Haku probably lost control of his powers the moment he lost control of his emotions. It happened once against Orochimaru when he lost his temper when she was threatened. She is sure that Haku doesn't even realize it himself, that his powers grow stronger with the outburst of his emotions. He probably found comfort in the cold and that's what he did, unconsciously making everything around him cold to numb his pain, with the added benefit of forcing everyone to give him his much-needed personal space since no one can fight against his cold. Even Abito-sensei who had just returned from outside the village didn't manage to even go near Haku, and he is one of the best fire jutsu specialists in Konoha. No one can get near Haku, other than the now guilt-ridden Hokage with his fancy seals, but who is also now too afraid of getting close to Haku for fear of hurting him further. So, that leaves only her. She is the only one left that can knock some much-needed sense into that stupid idiot and make him eat something before he really starves himself to death. The cold won't hurt her. She is more than just fire. Haku had made sure of that. He made her strong enough to be his equal and more, giving her the power to stop him if he ever went down the wrong path. And this is what she is going to do. She is going to get her Haku back. There's only one type of fire she knows of that even his eyes will have problems dealing with. She had saw it before and it is now hers to wield. Matatabi? You there? You really know how to pick a time to call for me, Hanabi-chan. I was taking a nap. What is it? Lend me some fire, please. Seriously? That's what you wake me up for. If a small fire is all you need, then I had already told you, something that menial is yours to freely use. I'm not as stingy as some of my siblings. I'm totally fine with sharing a small portion of my power with you if it means keeping my host. Wait, is your life in danger? So soon? We only just met, Naya. I was just starting to get really comfortable here too. My life will soon be in danger if I don't have your help. I have a suicidal idiot to knock sense into. Ice Brat? I have to say, your Ice Brat knows his stuff. This cave is pretty comfortable, a lot better than Yujito's. Say hi to him for me, Naya. She doesn't even know how she managed telepathic communication with her new kitty friend with a love for ending its sentences with Naya's, but she's glad that she can talk to the cat easily. She sees it now. The Hokage Tower. She entered it without delay. With a fiery vengeance, she forcefully kicked open the door which will lead her to the underground holding cells with a loud and audible bang, scaring everyone else away, including the ANBUs she knows who were nearby. No one wants to deal with an enraged Jinchuriki on her warpath, especially one that has not yet proved herself capable of restraining or controlling the beast within with her own powers, and said beast might come out to play at any time without warning. But she doesn't care about their opinions or their newfound fear of her and her new kitty friend. She slapped the seal she had demanded from her sensei on the back of her neck as she immediately activated her fire release chakra mode, the power that she had acquired because that idiot had inspired her to do so. The seal from her sensei will ensure that she won't burn everything on her off. She's not a nudist like Mitarashi Anko, and she's definitely not planning to give a free show here. The fire roared around her and kept her warm as she marched into the frozen hell, which gets progressively colder the lower she goes. Blue flames sprouted over her form just when she thought that her own fire wasn't enough to keep her warm. Thanks, Matatabi. No problem, Naya. You are the first to ever thank me. Really? I thought you and Yujito were on good terms. She's polite, yes, but she had the ability to forcefully use my flames for her own use. She never needed to ask for it before, and even if she did, she will never say thanks. She was brought up with the thinking that my kind only exists for the sole purpose of benefiting their village. In her eyes, we-tailed beasts are nothing but tools. That sucks. I promise I will try to be better than her. Sorry, Matatabi, but I will have to cut our conversation right here for now. No problem, Hanabi-chan. There he is. Within the furthermost cell at the lowest level of this underground facility, where everything is covered in frost and colored in a bright innocent white, a lone frost-covered figure huddled against the corner of a wall, knees tucked into his chest, arms around his knees and his head facing down, making himself as small as possible. She would not even have spotted him within all that snow if she didn't have her Byakugan on. There's just so much ice and snow filled up here. The cold retreated and the ice and snow melted from her burning flames as she walked up to him without slowing her steps. She stopped just a foot in front of him before she knelt down to face him. Haku. It's me. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then his eyes started to slowly open, his hair, clothes, and eyelashes still covered in snow. His entire face and skin are a pale white, a visual effect of his powers blooming at full strength. He is covered entirely in frost. She is bathed in unholy blue flames. She's lucky that Matatabi is one cooperative cat, or she would have been a popsicle by now. I heard that, Naya. I don't like to be a popsicle too, Naya. Yup, definitely one friendly and cooperative cat. He caught her gaze eventually. They stared at each other unblinkingly for a short while in silence. Go away, Hanabi. He rasped out before closing his eyes again, going back to his hibernation-like sleep to continue to escape reality. It's the same 3 words that he always used to shoo her away when she began to bug him to go get a life and do something that isn't training related. Those 3 words never had any bite to it. But this time, she felt it. That he really meant for her to go away and leave him alone. And that hurt her. Why? And that's her only question to him. Why? Why? He spoke back after a while, eyes still closed. Why should I bother to try keeping everyone I care about alive? You nearly died, Hanabi. I almost failed. But you didn't. This time. But what about the next time? Then the one after next? Can I protect you forever? Can I stop you from going out on missions? Can I stop everyone I care about from going on missions because there's a high chance that they might die? We are shinobis, Haku. I hate shinobis. The idea of shinobis took everything away from me. The bloodline purges took away my parents and my ability to trust others. Konoha took away my freedom and free will. I can't even choose how I want to die. I had thought that I at least had that freedom, only to find that my godfather took that option from me long ago without me even realizing it until now. What else do I have left? Nothing. Who took everything away? Shinobis. It's always shinobis that goes around spreading all the pain. I'm here, Haku. I told you before, I will never hurt you. Yet you hurt me the most. That made her mind go blank. You could have died. You should have died. By all means, there was no way you could be alive, but you were so damn lucky that every factor needed to keep you alive were all there. That hurt me. It hurts a lot, because all I did was to take my eyes off you for a short while, and the next thing I knew you were dying in the exact same manner my mother did. And I had no idea how to save you. I was helpless, again. Like the time my mother died trying to save me. There's a huge hole in you, Hanabi. I can only watch as you bleed out, and yet I can only do nothing but rely on a slug that is only 5 inches long. You were lucky that Minato Tusan taught me that one technique I can use to save you. Only 3 people in Konoha knew how to use that technique properly. Me and my godparents, and I happened to be there to save you. The fact that it was only through sheer pure luck that you survived hurt me. You hurt me, and you said that you will never hurt me. It hurts so damn much that I really don't want to care about anything anymore. You don't need me anymore anyway. You are strong enough to protect yourself since you are now a Jinchuriki with the Nibi's power at your disposal. But you know what hurts me more, Hanabi? He opened his eyes again. That something like that happening again won't be the last. Because I know it won't be the last. Becoming a shinobi had always been your dream. Protecting those I care about is my dream. But everyone I care about are shinobis, and the one and only thing that shinobis know how to do is to throw themselves into danger willingly the moment our village demands that they do so. It's contradictory how the people I want to protect the most are the ones who hurt me the most, because they willingly forged on ahead into danger for a village I don't give a shit about. And I cannot always be there to protect them. No matter how strong I am, I cannot always be there to protect you. No matter how strong I am, I cannot always pull a miracle out of my ass like I did on you. So if something like that will happen again in the future to everyone that I care about, why am I even trying? I don't even have a purpose in life anymore. They stared at each other in silence once more. There's nothing she can think of to rebuke his words. Because it's true. So, go away, Hanabi. Don't hurt me anymore. I have enough of getting hurt. I'm sick of getting hurt. I don't even know why I was born. My mind is walking on thin ice as it already is. I don't want the ice to break and crack even further. Leave me alone. Leave the last remnant of my sanity alone. I don't want to see anyone. Just leave me be. Just let me rot and die here in peace. Leave, and don't ever come back. Then I will be strong. I will be SSS rank kind of strong. I will be so strong that nobody can kill me. I won't let myself be in that situation again, so that you will not get hurt ever again. He started to laugh. The same hollow, terrifying laugh he had when he had broken down in the forest of death. Even the idea of being a Jinchuriki didn't scare her as much as the sound of his laughter right now. Strong? That's not the solution here, Hanabi. This world is flawed. As long as the shinobi system continues to exist, there will come a day that someone will and can kill you. It's just a matter of when. Ever heard about the old tale? Tale of the rabbit goddess? Ask the immortal cat within you. The rabbit goddess was a literal god, and even she was taken down. Even gods can be taken down, Hanabi. So don't tell me that simply by being strong you can stay alive in this fucked up world. Someone with enough motivation and skill will still be able to kill you one day, and I will still get hurt by it. It's just a matter of time. Manatabi? About the rabbit dash. I don't know how he knew about it, but that tale is true. Go away, Hanabi. Do you really think that the shinobi world has to go? Do you even need to ask? Then let's change it. Let's change the world, so that nobody can get hurt anymore. She knew her words had an effect on him when his determination wavered. She can see it in his eyes. If you really think that the shinobi system is so toxic, then let's destroy it. You already have an idea on how it can be done. You told us that in the Forest of Death. You told me and that stupid annoying Sai. You said that to bring about your version of peace is impossible because you would need a lot of power that you will not and cannot possibly have to stand against the combined might of all the hidden villages. But you don't need to do this alone. You have me. I am now a Jinchuriki. I am power, and I will always be your power. Kushina told me that Naruto is one too, and she is the host to the Kyuubi. The strongest tailed beast. She's your sister, she will definitely support you. Is this enough power to you? You want me to bring about more bloodshed? More hurt? More pain? More conflict? You know better than anyone my version of peace requires me to start another world war. You want me to add on to the cycle of violence and revenge? To make myself susceptible to even more hurt again? Only to try again and to fail again? To let you go and get yourself hurt, which will then hurt me more. What if you go out on a mission only to never return? What will happen to me then? I really don't want to experience that same feeling of helplessness and hopelessness ever again, so please, please stop being cruel to me. Cruel? Hanabi tried her best to hold in her anger as she said this. You want to talk to me about cruel? Is this how you want to play this game with me? Really, Yuki Haku? Alright, since we're at it, let's talk about cruel. Brace yourself for a long lesson, Yuki Haku. If you think our dear Irika-sensei's lessons are long, then you are so very wrong. Hanabi-sensei is teaching the class today, and today's lesson will be about what? Exactly. Is cruel. She sat down on the floor in a loud thump and used her hands to hold onto the sides of his head, lifting it up. If she doesn't do this, he will never look at her in the eyes. Don't avoid my eyes. Look at me, Yuki Haku. I said eyes up here, Yuki Haku, not on the ugly floor. My eyes are way prettier to look at than the stupid floor, and you know it. Yes, that's right. No, 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 not down there on the floor, up here. Up, Haku. Look at me. Stop running away like a fucking coward. That's not the Haku I know. The Haku I know is a kind and courageous man, not a coward. Seeing that he finally has the courage to look at her in the eyes, she continued, trying to ignore the pain in her heart when she saw in his eyes just how lost and tired he is. What's today's lesson about again? Right, cruel. You think your actions are not cruel to me? I'm not sure if you even remember, but we swore to be by each other's side no matter what when we first found each other in Kiri. I swore to myself that I will never leave you because you never left me when I was at my most helpless. You never left me, not even once. Even in the hell known as Kiri, you never left me, even if by doing so would make your life so much more easier. You were risking your life for me. I was a fucking liability to you with my stupid Byakugan. The purges combined with my Byakugan could easily get us all killed, and yet you never left me. I survived because of you, because you never left me. We survived. We managed to survive every single fucking thing up until now, and we got stronger together because of it. Get over your self-imposed guilt, Haku. Right now, the only thing that will kill you eventually won't be our enemies. Not Kumo, Kiri, or whatever stupid Black Lightning guy with that stupid ugly butcher knife that we are both going to kill and hang his head on our village's gates the next time we see him. At this rate, the only thing that will eat you from the inside is your freaking guilt. Everything negative you felt since I met you, it all started from the guilt you experienced for being helpless and not being able to save your mother. Your biggest enemy had always been yourself. Let it go. I know it's not easy. I'm not expecting a miraculous recovery, but try to let it go. The past is in the past. Stop hurting yourself. Learn how to face your problems and stop running away. I knew you did it once. I know you can do it again, because you are my Haku. She jerked his head upwards when she spotted his eyes moving downwards again to avoid hers. I knew I almost died this time. But I'm still here, am I? I still managed to return to continue to be by your side. I'm here. See? I'm not dead. I was simply taking a nixie-long nap to recover so that I can finally return to your side, and then when I woke up the first thing I learned was that you decided to just die? By suicide? Leaving me alone? When you pulled that stunt, did you even think about how I would feel when I woke up and the very first thing I learned was that you committed suicide? Have you ever thought about how I would feel when I learned that the most important person to me left me by committing suicide? Have you ever thought about how I would feel if the person whose face I expected to see the first thing I opened my eyes just left me? Have you ever spared a thought for my feelings, huh? You are the person who had been by my side for 8 long years and who I expect to spend at least the next 80 years of my life with. The one who had saved me from a fate worse than death, the one who never hesitates to put himself in harm's way for me whenever he thinks I'm in danger, the one who had supported me through thick and thin, the one who had laughed, cried, joked, fought, and even bled together with me, the person who had defied the village and even death itself just to save me, the man who will do anything for me, who will even burn the world down for me to keep me safe, and this man who I love the most and who loved me in return even if he is too stupid to realize that he actually really loves me decided to suddenly just roll over and die? You want to talk about cruel with me, huh? Huh? Really? I'm the cruel one? Let me tell you, Yuki Haku, this is cruel. You are being cruel to me. You know just how important you are to me, and you actually pulled that stunt knowing this. I hurt you. I know. I'm sorry. I really am sorry for hurting you. But I'm hurt too, Haku. You hurt me too. She took a breath to calm herself down before she continues, ignoring her tears and his. Today, right here, right now, they will throw every single negative thing out into the air. They both need to get everything out of their system. This is long overdue. She should have done this earlier before he went down the deep end. Haku had never been good at dealing with his emotions, so she will do it for him. I'm mad at you, Haku. Mad at you for always forcing yourself into a corner when there is no need to, and mad at you for always shutting everyone out. I'm mad at you for always forgetting that there will always be people there for you. I had told you that many times before, so get it in that dense head of yours or I will knock it in for you, as many times as I need to. You want to die? Fine. Go and die. If you can pull me back from the dead, I can jolly well do the same to you. You know me. I can, and I will do that because I am your Huga Hanabi. Your Huga Hanabi who will do anything for her Yuki Haku. There are 7 more tailed beasts for me to choose from, and I will fucking collect them all in a flower pot if I have to. If you want to die so damn much, every single fucking time you die I will pull you back here until you get sick of dying. Don't be selfish, Haku. Your life is not yours alone, just as my life is not mine alone. We established that a long time ago. My life belongs to you too, just as your life is mine. We are all interconnected to each other. I know you tried. You tried and failed and then tried and still failed and then tried and failed again. I know that you had tried your best to not give up. I know, I have been watching you all this while. I know how hard this is for you, and there are probably no one else here that can truly understand your pain. I know it is easier said than done. This is still no excuse to give up. This is what makes us human. You stood back up more than once. Even when everything seems hopeless, you always stood back up, and I admire you for it. You fell this time. It's okay, everyone falls at one point or another. It's okay to trip and fall every now and then because, like you said, no one is perfect. We are only mortals. You just have to stand back up once more. I know you can do it again, because you are my Haku. Because my Haku is the kind and courageous man who never gave up no matter how hard his life can be. Because my Haku always stands back up again. If not for himself, then it's for me. That's who my Haku is, and I love him so very much for it. Can you do this for me, Haku? Haku's gaze returned to the ground. I don't know what to do, Hanabi. I only know that I really hate this world. I just want everything to stop hurting. Then let's take a step back. What do you want? What do you wish for? A world where I do not need to constantly worry about someone stabbing me in the back within the next minute. A world where I do not need to constantly worry whether my loved ones will return home safely, because I know they will, because there's minimal conflict, so there would be close to no fighting. A world that is largely at peace. A world where everyone can be as happy as they can be without needing to be a shinobi, to be able to pursue their own dreams without fear or prejudice because they can understand each other. A world with close to no violence. A world where people will not need to hurt others or get hurt unnecessarily. I'm not asking for a perfect world. I know better than anyone else that there's no such thing as a perfect world. I know there will always be hurt, and it is what allows us to grow, but I want to keep the unnecessary hurt to a minimum. I know the world I dream of will not be perfect. There's no such thing as perfect, but I know what I visualized is doable. I know better than anyone that such a world is possible because I can actually see it. I know it can be done because we have chakra, the living miracle capable of connecting everyone in this universe. I just don't know how to do it, or what to do. It just seems like such a faraway dream. You want to see such a world? Since a long time ago. Is that kind of world your dream of peace? It's the closest to true peace that I know of and can realistically see. Not perfect, conflicts are still there, I can still see some violence here and there because humans are stupid and violent creatures, but I know it will be much better than the current state of this world. Then I will help you. Your dream of peace will be my dream as well. You won't be alone. There's also Otasama, Aji-san, Nei-san, Niji and Ai-san, Naruto, your godparents, Stupid Sai, and our annoying sensei. There's also our friends, the Rookie 15. We are all there for you, we all care for you. We are all waiting for you to go back home with us, we are all waiting for our Haku to come back. You won't be alone. We all dream of peace too. We will create a world where no one will get hurt anymore. If we need to start another world war so that the world can no longer hurt us and anyone else ever again, then so be it. Nothing is free in this world, there is always a price to pay if we want peace. If we want it, we have to fight for it. If we have to hurt others one last time so that no one else can get hurt ever again, then so be it. Even if we are doomed to go to hell for this, then so be it. I will go to hell with you. I will always be there for you. She slowly pulled his head into her chest, hugging him tightly as they both let their tears flow, trying her best to drive away the cold and share with him her warmth. She had always known that he is so broken and fragile because deep down, this kind boy who she loves so much hates hurting others and hates getting hurt even more, and yet, he was forced to be a shinobi, the profession that requires him to hurt others and get hurt in return. The fact that he is an extremely capable shinobi with a kill count too high to even start tallying didn't help matters at all. He's constantly lost, and always needing someone to pull him back out. He is constantly hating the state of the world, because he feels that all the answers that he derived in the end to explain why all the bad things happened to him the way it did is because of how the world works. Because of this, he blames the world. He hates this world to the point he wants to see it gone because it really hurts too much for him to continue living in it. And she can understand why he felt this way. It really hurts, to the point it can drive anyone crazy. If the world is the reason why everything hurts, then they will change the world. If the world is the reason why peace cannot be achieved, then all they have to do is to create a world for themselves that makes peace attainable. He said that he will burn the world down for her. Then she will change the world for him. He can tear it down, she will rebuild it, just for him. She will do it all just for him, her Haku. She will do all of this for him because she is his Hanabi. Together, they can do it. They can change this twisted and insane world. Manatabi? Yes, Hanabi-chan? I need your strength. How do I prove my worth to you? The fastest way? Defeat me, Naya. That's it? Then it's simple. I will. Chapter 19, The Huga Family. I'm sorry. Those were the first words his son croaked out to him the moment he was awake. It was the same words that he had wanted to tell him too, but his son beat him to it before he can even open his mouth. He saw how his son averted his gaze in guilt, shifting it to look at anywhere else but at his face. Hayashi didn't care, all he wanted was to have his son back, and he is back, thanks to Hanabi. And so, in a very uncharacteristic Sonat Hayashi manner, he enveloped everyone around him, his daughters, nephew, his twin brother, and his son into a big hug. Welcome back, Haku. No one said anything when a tear or two slid down Haku's face. Thankfully, Haku was largely fine other than suffering from a moderate case of malnutrition from his previous self-imposed starvation. Haku hadn't drank a single drop of water or even took a single bite of food ever since the invasion. It is a miracle that he is still alive. Rin and Tsunade had speculated that his ice release had slowed his metabolism down, and that had helped him last longer. If one were to think about it another way, it just meant that the method of death Haku had chosen was cruelly longer and slower. Tsunade. Just that name alone made his blood boil. No one could have got close to Haku due to how low he made the temperature around him to be. Hayashi had thought that Abito could reach Haku, but even he failed. That was a surprise, and a surprise that he really did not need, but it is what it is. Minato could have gone to get Haku, but no one knew for sure how Haku would have reacted if he saw Minato again while he was in that fragile mental state. Minato himself is too guilt-ridden to bring himself to do it, afraid of what reaction he might trigger out of Haku. Thankfully, his youngest had woken up just in time. She could have died. By all logic she should have died. Yet, she is still alive. Only because of his son. Hanabi was obviously furious upon learning what had went on when she was unconscious. The moment she got the full picture, she had immediately stomped off. Hayashi followed silently behind her, keeping a lookout for his daughter just as he had always tried to do for his children. From the ground level outside the Hokage tower, he watched with his Byakugan as Hanabi marched into the freezing underground. He saw how she managed to utilize the Nibi's powers immediately. A part of him swelled with pride at what she could do, for what she did was definitely no easy feat considering that she had only just woke up with a brand new uncontrollable power for her to control. The other part of him was saddened at the cost which Hanabi had paid for this power. Her life, Haku's mental well-being, and her subsequent life. Being a Jinchuriki would mean that her life is no longer hers alone. He had almost lost his son too. He had never hated Kumo as much as he did right now, but more than that, he hated himself more. He is a failure as a father. He had no idea how to be a father. Many times, he had marveled at how his twin managed to be a good father to his son. They were both raised by the same man who purposely drove a wedge between the two of them for the sake of the clan by maintaining the divide between the main and branch house. Their mother had passed away from complications due to childbirth, so they never met her. They had never experienced what true parental love is. They had no idea how to be a father because their own father was never one to them. Still, they tried. Hisashi obviously succeeded. He himself failed. He failed his wife, Hikari. He had promised her on her deathbed that he will do his utmost best to raise their children. He had failed Hanabi. He had failed to protect her from Kumo when she was kidnapped at 4 years old. He had managed to save Hinata in time, but a split second of distraction cost him. By the time he handed Hinata over to Hisashi to chase after the remaining Kumo nins that had infiltrated his home, Hanabi was gone. He chased. He chased, and even if his Byakugan could see the kidnapper, he still wasn't fast enough. He could only watch as the distance between him and the kidnapper grew larger and larger until it went beyond the range of his vision. He failed. He failed his youngest, his child. The bubbly girl that never failed to bring life into the otherwise quiet compound. The knowledge of what Kumo planned to do to her incensed him, and his entire clan nearly went to wage a war with Kumo on their own, their attachment to Konoha be damned. The entire clan had rioted and demanded blood. They will break away from Konoha if they have to do so in order to rescue Hanabi because what Kumo did to them and to their heiress, was an insult. Even back in the Warring States era, the Huga clan were feared even by the Uchihas for a reason, even if historically the Uchiha clan had always been slightly above them in terms of overall strength. The Huga clan do not fear war if it means getting one of their own back. Kizashi had stepped in, promising to do something. It was only out of his respect for Kizashi that Hayashi endured and stayed his hand. Kizashi had acted on his word and immediately confronted Ai, who shamelessly denied everything. ANBUs and Jonins were instantly deployed to eradicate any Kumo nins that they can find in their country and to search for Hanabi. The rest of Konoha had gone up in arms for the Huga clan. Kizashi's idea of peace through unity, had showed. Petty differences were set aside for the sake of the village as a whole, for their home. Konoha had followed their Hokage's idea of peace and had stood united, ready to start the next world war if need be, even if everyone knew it was not the wisest choice. No one cared, because one of their own had been hurt in a way that is the greatest insult to their village. Konoha had been sincere about peace, that's why the village had put down its own grudges aside to welcome the Kumo ambassadors into their village even when Kumo needs the peace treaty more than Konoha did. And that was Kumo's answer to the olive branch extended to them? Kidnapping their clan heiress? Kumo had spit on their goodwill and stomped it into the ground. In that case, Kumo should not expect any mercy from Konoha for the insult directed to them. Time had proved again that Kumo will always be a warmongering village. The recent invasion said it all. And if the Huga clan had been hit, who is to say that there wouldn't be a second time? Maybe the next attempt would be from another hidden village who might want to try and imitate Kumo? Which clan would be hit next if that were the case? Something needs to be done if Konoha wants to prevent a similar incident from happening again. A display of strength was necessary. Furthermore, Konoha back then do have the capability to start another war if they wanted to. They are strong. They came out with the least losses in the Third War. If a war is what Kumo wanted, then it is what they will get. To everyone's surprise, the possible war had been averted in the least expected manner. Hanabi returned. She returned safe and sound, with her eyes still intact and her dignity not violated by those beasts clad in human skin. All she suffered was a mild case of malnutrition, a mild case of mental trauma, and slight physical exhaustion. Hayashi couldn't believe it himself. He had really thought that he had lost his youngest for good because everything just seemed so bleak at that point in time. He had thought that he had gone crazy when a messenger literally broke into the compound, continuously yelling at the top of his lungs that his daughter had returned. Uncharacteristic shouts of joy and disbelief rang throughout the clan. The Huga clan had never showed such expressive displays of behavior before as far as Hayashi could remember. And when Kizashi smacked him on the head to snap him out of it, the two of them immediately rushed to the hospital without delay. He needs to see her personally before he can bring himself to believe it. An ANBU was already waiting for him at the hospital to bring him in, and when Hayashi barged into the room he was led to, he saw her, his youngest daughter. He could remember the Otoyu-sama. Hanabi called him by as she ran up to him, tears in her eyes, and hugged him tightly, not wanting to let go. He had immediately caught her and hugged her in return, even going so far as letting his own tears show. He had hugged her so tightly because he feared that it was a dream, that the moment he let go she would be gone, again. He would never let her go again. Not Hanabi, not Hinata, not Kizashi, Niji, or anyone in the clan. He had failed as a father, husband, and leader. By some sort of graceful mercy, he was given a second chance. He would not fail again. It didn't take long for him to find out how she had made her way back. Hanabi won't stop talking about her savior, the boy named Haku. The boy who is only a year older than her that came from the land of water. It puzzled everyone. Why would someone from the land of water help a total stranger from the land of fire? Hanabi's Byakugan is easily visible. Kiri is experiencing a bloodline purge. Given the horrid state of things there, all sense of logic dictates that a person without the strength to protect themselves would not do something so risky, to the point of risking their very life, to save a total stranger that would be nothing but a burden to them. And this someone is merely a boy who could barely fend for himself. Hanabi brought in to see the boy, who was still unconscious and protected in a secured ward guarded by ANBUs round the clock. Hayashi saw the scars that littered Haku's arms when Rin personally changed his bandages. The scars that Haku received when he prepared to give up his own life to save his daughter from a fate worse than death. It takes a special kind of courage and kindness for a person to be willing to do that for a complete stranger. Hayashi had never been more grateful that in this cold world of shinobi, such kindness still exists. His youngest survived because of Haku's kindness and bravery. Due to the nature and severity of what would be known in the future as the Huga affair, every high-ranking shinobi in the village that was in charge of leading the village was there. They need to get a clear picture on what had exactly happened so that they could plan for the possible future, especially when tensions between Konoha and Kumo were at an all-time high. Hanabi may be smart and mature for her age, but she was only 4. It took them quite some time to get a clearer picture on what exactly happened after they lost her. It was then they found out. Hanabi said that he can create ice without a thought. Abito had also found the boy encased in ice. The boy named Haku has a bloodline, the rare and thought to be extinct ice release. He is definitely a member of the long-lost Yuki clan. And with that comes another set of problems. They more or less had an inkling of Haku's intellect, character, and personality from what they analyzed from Hanabi's words, about what she described the two children did in their time together. They learned from Hanabi that Haku detests shinobis. They also immediately recognized that this is a boy that definitely preferred a straightforward and honest approach in doing things. If they want the boy to start trusting them on his own, the best, but yet also the most brutal way would be to come clean with him right from the start no matter how bad the news is. They knew that the boy appreciated honesty above all. Everyone also knew that they absolutely cannot allow Haku to take a step out of Konoha. Not only would Kumo be after him, everyone would be if news that a Yuki clan member had appeared. Their bloodline is just that frightening to be on the opposite end of it. The Yuki clan had once defended the land of water on their own. Just one clan against an entire army, and they won. The Yuki clan wasn't even known for their numbers. In fact, they were one of the smaller clans. Even if the clan is now extinct, their deeds are still widely feared and remembered by many even till today. Haku had proven and reminded everyone of the power that his extinct clan once used to sow that same fear across the elemental nations many years ago. His recent performance in the Chunin exams and in the invasion had made everyone fear the winter again. From the village's standpoint, Konoha cannot let Haku go. Haku's strength and bloodline will be extremely valuable to Konoha even if he was just a young boy at that time. Time had also proved them right. Haku's strength now is enough for him to be a solid elite Jonin level at the minimum, and Kumo had deemed his son to be an S-rank threat for how he massacred their shinobis. No adults in the room back then liked that idea, to force a child to be a shinobi, but for the sake of the village and also for the boy, they have to. It is important that the boy learns how to defend himself against the people that will inevitably come after him one day, simply because he has a bloodline. In return for his kindness and saving Hanabi and averting a war, they will try to provide him a home that he needs. Kizashi decided to be the villain and broke the news to Haku himself when he woke up. It was understandable that Haku was not happy at all, but he never fought back. The smart boy knew that it was a battle that he cannot win, so he didn't bother to fight against it other than to make his displeasure extremely clear. Instead, he settled on glaring at them and ignoring them completely after that. The only person who he would even exchange words with was Hanabi. Hayashi knew that Minato and Kushina are better parents than him, and they had expressed interest in adopting Haku to help keep an eye on the hostile boy, which Inoichi had labeled as a flight risk, but Hayashi still wants to be the one to raise Haku. Not only out of gratitude to the boy who had lost everything and everyone close to him, not only because Hanabi is the only one Haku would talk to when he first arrived, but also because he truly wants to help the boy find people who he could call as his family again. Now, he can truly say that he failed. Nothing had changed. The only person who Haku can ever bring himself to listen to is still Hanabi. Hayashi had changed after the Huga affair, always trying to spend more time with his children, nephew, and brother. He doesn't want to fail Hikari and his children again. Hinata and Hanabi were easy to raise. In front of him, Hanabi wore her heart on her sleeves, so it wasn't hard for him to find out about what she thinks and what she wants. Hinata is a lot shyer and meek due to her gentleness, but she is just like her mother, so Hayashi knew how to communicate with her. He just really doesn't know how to raise Haku. But he tried, he really did try his best in the best ways that he knew how when it came to raising Haku. The first thing Hayashi did, right even before Haku was discharged from the hospital so many years ago, was to ask for advice. He asked everyone and anyone he knows of who is a parent, asking for advice on parenting. Especially Inoichi, seeing as psychology is his specialty. Hayashi knew right from the start that raising Haku will be an uphill task. The boy obviously suffered a serious case of mental trauma and had severe distrust in people before he arrived here. Inoichi had advised him to give Haku the space he needs, so that he would feel safe and that his personal space is not being infringed on. He needs enough space for him to deal with his own thoughts on his own, because the boy just wouldn't share more about himself and shuts everyone out who tried to help him. The moment anyone even mentioned the barest hints of seeing a psychologist, Haku flipped in the most violent of ways. Ice and snow bursting out in the compound were a common occurrence when Haku lost control of his emotions and had little control over his powers as a child. The only way then was to simply respect Haku's personal space and hope he can recover on his own. Haku was self-destructive, and it can be seen in the way he did things. The difficulty for anyone that is not Hanabi in approaching Haku means that they have to take things slow. Hayashi knew Haku needs his space, so he gave it to him. He gave him the space he needs so that he can feel safe in this unknown and foreign place, but also subtly reminding his son that he will always be there for him. He knew Haku needs time to get used to this major change in his life, so he waited patiently, waiting for him for however long he needs. He soon found out that Haku loves to read, so even without a single word from Haku or a shred of hesitation in his mind, he immediately got his son the largest bookshelf he can find that can fit into his bedroom, so that Haku can easily store any scrolls and books that caught his fancy. He allowed him access to their clan's libraries that Haku shouldn't even have access to, because he knew anything chakra-related catches Haku's attention, and their clan specializes in chakra destruction with their gentle fist style. He knew that his son only talked to Hanabi when he first arrived, even if the hostile yet polite boy back then can still bring himself to greet him politely when they met, so he purposely arranged Haku's room to be next to Hanabi's, ignoring the protests from the other members of the main house that such an arrangement is unbefitting of Haku's and Hanabi's respective status. When Haku agreed to learn the shinobi arts to learn how to defend himself, Hayashi immediately trained his son the best way he could. When he learnt that Haku picked up a love for calligraphy from Minato and Kushina, he had immediately gifted him the best calligraphy set he can find to show him his support in his endeavor in learning the difficult and obscure art of sealing. Hayashi doesn't know how to show his love and support for his son like a normal parent do, because his own father never treated him like a son. He has no examples to go by and follow. He also knows that he is not an expressive man, which is in helping things. So, he tried. He tried in the only way he knew how to show Haku his support. His efforts and sincerity did get to Haku eventually, so Hayashi thought that he had did things right. What he failed to realize that showing his support through material means is not what Haku needs. The type of support that Haku had always needed is one that can fill up his empty heart, to pull him back whenever he got lost, like what Hanabi is constantly doing. He had done something for his son, but he obviously had not done enough as a father. He remembered watching with his Byakugan the entire time Hanabi was down there with his son, their chakra lighting up the dim underground as bright as the sun in the sky with how much chakra they are carelessly throwing about. Haku had gone suicidal, so he had no concerns on how such an action will hurt him. Hanabi's chakra control is obviously out of whack. He can easily tell when her chakra had released itself in huge amounts, even if it was obvious Hanabi is trying her best to control and reduce its output. Having a massive chakra beast suddenly sealed within you would put anyone's chakra control out of whack. He saw as his two children spoke, even if he cannot pick out what they are speaking about, as the chakra they are releasing is too blindingly dense and bright against his vision for him to read their lips. He saw how Hanabi got agitated with how her chakra fluctuates. He saw how she screamed at him before they both calmed down. He saw how she pulled him into a hug and into her embrace as they both cried together. Maybe it is because each of his children is so talented that sometimes Hayashi forgets that no matter how talented they are, his children are just children trying their best to find their way in this big and chaotic world. He remembered how the ice had gradually receded due to the unique fire-natured chakra Hanabi is releasing. From how Haku's chakra output had stabilized as far as he can tell with his eyes, he deduced that he was probably brought out of his suicidal thoughts by Hanabi and regained control over his powers the moment he regained control over his emotions. He saw as Hanabi tried to help him up after they both stayed there motionlessly for a period of time. He saw how Haku tried to stand but stumbled immediately. Hanabi caught him. He was alarmed when his Byakugan spotted Hanabi suddenly carrying Haku in her arms and immediately fled upwards to ground level. Hanabi's loss in chakra control had never been more apparent, as her chakra blasted everything away uncontrollably, thanks to her now abnormally large chakra reserve. Hayashi immediately reacted, running towards his son and daughter. He met Hanabi just right when she burst through the door that led to the underground prison. She spotted him immediately, and he can remember that sensation of fear pooling in his gut when he saw Hanabi's tears, worry and panic clear in her eyes, and an unconscious Haku in her arms. "Oh Toyu-sama! Haku," he dashed. No words needed to be said. He remembered that the only thing he could feel back then was total utter panic, that he might be too slow again. He immediately grabbed his daughter in one hand as his other arm caught Haku, ignoring the freezing cold at the touch and the incoming frostbite he knew that he will suffer later on. Haku still hadn't fully thawed himself out yet before he lost consciousness. His body is still covered in frost. But Hayashi couldn't care. Hanabi had finally brought Haku out, back to them, and he will be damned if anything else happens to his son again because he was too slow, again. Out of my way! That was the only warning and courtesy he could give to those around him before he took to the rooftops in a burst of speed, using the shortest possible route he saw with his Byakugan that can take them to the hospital in the shortest amount of time. Everyone had wisely scrambled out of his way. All he could remember was that there was only one thought running through his mind at that very moment, that right now, his son needs him. He arrived at the hospital shortly, and already a medical team was already there waiting for their return. Hayashi could barely feel the arm he was using to carry Haku by then. Haku's body temperature was too freezing low and it had numbed his arm to the point that Hayashi honestly thought that he might have lost it. The medics had spotted the problem immediately, helping him to shift his almost frozen arm to lay Haku on the stretcher before wheeling his son in. Another medic stayed behind to heal his arm back to normal. The sense of touch in his arm hadn't quite returned, but thankfully, there wouldn't be any lasting effects according to the medic. Even if there is, Hayashi wouldn't complain. He more than deserved it for failing to be a father to Haku. Even if he could not be a father that Haku wants due to his abhorrence for his birth father, he could have strived to be the father that Haku needs. Inoichi had advised him to give Haku the space he needs, so that he would feel safe and that his personal space is not being infringed on. He needs enough space for him to deal with his own thoughts on his own because the boy just wouldn't share more about himself and shuts everyone out who tried to help him. The moment anyone even mentioned the barest hints of seeing a psychologist, Haku flipped in the most violent of ways. Ice and snow bursting out in the compound were a common occurrence when Haku lost control of his emotions and had little control over his powers as a child. The only way then was to simply respect Haku's personal space and hope he can recover on his own. Haku was self-destructive and it can be seen in the way he did things. The difficulty for anyone that is not Hanabi in approaching Haku means that they have to take things slow. Hayashi knew Haku needs his space, so he gave it to him. He gave him the space he needs so that he can feel safe in this unknown and foreign place, but also subtly reminding his son that he will always be there for him. He knew Haku needs time to get used to this major change in his life, so he waited patiently, waiting for him for however long he needs. He soon found out that Haku loves to read, so even without a single word from Haku or a shred of hesitation in his mind, he immediately got his son the largest bookshelf he can find that can fit into his bedroom, so that Haku can easily store any scrolls and books that caught his fancy. He allowed him access to their clan's libraries that Haku shouldn't even have access to, because he knew anything chakra-related catches Haku's attention and their clan specializes in chakra destruction with their gentle fist style. He knew that his son only talked to Hanabi when he first arrived, even if the hostile yet polite boy back then can still bring himself to greet him politely when they met, so he purposely arranged Haku's room to be next to Hanabi's, ignoring the protests from the other members of the main house that such an arrangement is unbefitting of Haku's and Hanabi's respective status. When Haku agreed to learn the shinobi arts to learn how to defend himself, Hayashi immediately trained his son the best way he could. When he learnt that Haku picked up a love for calligraphy from Minato and Kushina, he had immediately gifted him the best calligraphy set he can find to show him his support in his endeavor in learning the difficult and obscure art of sealing. Hayashi doesn't know how to show his love and support for his son like a normal parent do, because his own father never treated him like a son. He has no examples to go by and follow. He also knows that he is not an expressive man, which isn't helping things. So, he tried. He tried in the only way he knew how to show Haku his support. His efforts and sincerity did get to Haku eventually, so Hayashi thought that he had did things right. What he failed to realize that showing his support through material means is not what Haku needs. The type of support that Haku had always needed is one that can fill up his empty heart, to pull him back whenever he got lost, like what Hanabi is constantly doing. He had done something for his son, but he obviously had not done enough as a father. He remembered watching with his Byakugan the entire time Hanabi was down there with his son, their chakra lighting up the dim underground as bright as the sun in the sky with how much chakra they are carelessly throwing about. Haku had gone suicidal, so he had no concerns on how such an action will hurt him. Hanabi's chakra control is obviously out of whack. He can easily tell when her chakra had released itself in huge amounts, even if it was obvious Hanabi is trying her best to control and reduce its output. Having a massive chakra beast suddenly sealed within you would put anyone's chakra control out of whack. He saw as his two children spoke, even if he cannot pick out what they are speaking about, as the chakra they are releasing is too blindingly dense and bright against his vision for him to read their lips. He saw how Hanabi got agitated with how her chakra fluctuates. He saw how she screamed at him before they both calmed down. He saw how she pulled him into a hug and into her embrace as they both cried together. Maybe it is because each of his children is so talented that sometimes Hayashi forgets that no matter how talented they are, his children are just children trying their best to find their way in this big and chaotic world. He remembered how the ice had gradually receded due to the unique fire-natured chakra Hanabi is releasing. From how Haku's chakra output had stabilized as far as he can tell with his eyes, he deduced that he was probably brought out of his suicidal thoughts by Hanabi and regained control over his powers the moment he regained control over his emotions. He saw as Hanabi tried to help him up after they both stayed there motionlessly for a period of time. He saw how Haku tried to stand but stumbled immediately. Hanabi caught him. He was alarmed when his Byakugan spotted Hanabi suddenly carrying Haku in her arms and immediately fled upwards to ground level. Hanabi's loss in chakra control had never been more apparent as her chakra blasted everything away uncontrollably thanks to her now abnormally large chakra reserve. Hayashi immediately reacted, running towards his son and daughter. He met Hanabi just right when she burst through the door that led to the underground prison. She spotted him immediately, and he can remember that sensation of fear pooling in his gut when he saw Hanabi's tears, worry and panic clear in her eyes and an unconscious Haku in her arms. "Otoyu-sama." "Haku," he dash. No words needed to be said. He remembered that the only thing he could feel back then was total utter panic, that he might be too slow again. He immediately grabbed his daughter in one hand as his other arm caught Haku, ignoring the freezing cold at the touch and the incoming frostbite he knew that he will suffer later on. Haku still hadn't fully thawed himself out yet before he lost consciousness, his body is still covered in frost. But Hayashi couldn't care. Hanabi had finally brought Haku out, back to them, and he will be damned if anything else happens to his son again because he was too slow, again. "Out of my way!" That was the only warning and courtesy he could give to those around him before he took to the rooftops in a burst of speed, using the shortest possible route he saw with his Byakugan that can take them to the hospital in the shortest amount of time. Everyone had wisely scrambled out of his way. All he could remember was that there was only one thought running through his mind at that very moment, that right now, his son needs him. He arrived at the hospital shortly, and already a medical team was already there waiting for their return. Hayashi could barely feel the arm he was using to carry Haku by then. Haku's body temperature was too freezing low and it had numbed his arm to the point that Hayashi honestly thought that he might have lost it. The medics had spotted the problem immediately, helping him to shift his almost frozen arm to lay Haku on the stretcher before wheeling his son in. Another medic stayed behind to heal his arm back to normal. The sense of touch in his arm hadn't quite returned, but thankfully, there wouldn't be any lasting effects according to the medic. Even if there is, Hayashi wouldn't complain. He more than deserved it for failing to be a father to Haku. Even if he could not be a father that Haku wants due to his abhorrence for his birth father, he could have strived to be the father that Haku needs. He failed. He was once again reminded of his failure. He remembered as he and Hanabi both watched the medics disappear beyond the doors of the surgery room, being unable to do anything else but to wait. "Oto-sama." He turned back to his daughter, who had called out to him in worry when she spotted his arm which had been partially frozen just moments before. He allowed her to lead him to a nearby chair to sit and rest. "Are you fine?" Haku's ice is nothing to be trifled with. Even Matatabi had to lend me some of its flames to ensure that we both don't freeze ourselves to death in there. "Do you need me to call the medic over again?" "I'm fine." He tried his best to reassure his youngest daughter with a smile, trying his best to stay strong for her as his other working hand cupped the face of his youngest daughter dearly. Her life would only get harder from now on. The life of a Jinchuriki is not a pleasant one. The thought of it pains him. His daughter doesn't deserve such a harsh life. He failed. He had almost lost his youngest daughter a second time. This time, she had almost died. Kumo, again. It is always, Kumo. Hanabi was obviously surprised when he suddenly pulled her into a hug with his working arm. "I'm sorry, Hanabi. I failed. I failed both you and Haku. I failed your mother. He choked a little before continuing. I failed, Hanabi. I couldn't be there to save you and I almost lost you again. I'm sorry. It's fine, Oto-sama." He can hear her shaky voice as her body trembled and her grip on him tightened. Everything's fine now. Haku's back, I am alive, our entire family came back alive. Everything is fine. SC? I'm still here, everything's fine. Everything's fine, everything's fine. He didn't say anything else as his daughter sobbed and tried to futilely convince the both of them that everything is now all right, allowing her to release her pent-up emotions and stress. He hid her face from view as he let her cry into his chest, glaring at anyone passing by who dared to send judgmental looks their way at where they are in the hospital. Jinchuriki or not, Hanabi is his daughter. She is not a monster. Oto-sama? Yes? I want to be strong. I want to be so strong that I can never be killed again, so that Haku won't be hurt by me again. Can you train me? Then I will make sure that you will learn everything our clan has to offer. I don't know if Haku can continue to be a shinobi given his condition, but you, your sister, and Niji. I will make sure that the three of you learn everything there is to learn in our clan. It won't be easy, Hanabi. I know, but need this. He can feel her fists clenching his robes as she said this. It hurts him, the way she is doing it, but nothing can compare to the hurt they all felt in their hearts. I can see why Haku hates this world, Oto-sama. I don't want the world to hurt him further. I promised him that I will change the world for him. For him, for you, for everyone, I want the world to change. He tightened his hold on her. I won't let anyone hurt you again. I won't let anyone hurt you, Haku, your sister, and Niji. The possibility of a war breaking out again is high, and if I have to wage war against Kumo by myself to keep all of you safe, I will do it. I promise you this as your father. I won't fail you again. There won't be a third time. They both remained in this position in silence until Hanabi spoke up again. Can we go see Ne-san? Where's Niji-Nizan and Aji-san anyway? I know that they are here somewhere. Let's go and find them, okay? After he slowly released his daughter and used his sleeves to gently dab her tears dry, they moved to find their family. He and Hanabi found the rest of their family waiting at a corner of the hospital, and they spent the waiting time together, waiting for the last member of their family to come home to them. The wait wasn't long. Haku was out of surgery within an hour, fully thawed and back to normal but still unconscious. The nurses had changed Haku out of his blood-soaked clothes and into the usual one hospital patients usually wear. Hayashi's heart clenched once more at the sight of the blood on Haku's clothes. It's his daughter's blood, the blood which had stained Haku's clothes when he was desperately trying to save her. And as their father, he wasn't there to help. He could only imagine what Haku had been through during that time, both physically and mentally. His thoughts were brought back to the present when Hanabi's voice began to grow louder as she began to talk excitedly non-stop about something with her hands moving about animatedly, no doubt trying to stay strong for everyone's sake, to drive out all the sorrow that is within them. Hinata and Niji add their opinions every now and then. Haku merely gave a few nods or some quiet verbal indications that he is listening, but it is obvious that his thoughts are still constantly wandering and Hanabi had to bring his attention back to them every few minutes. "Can we just go home?" Haku's words caught them all by surprise when he said them out of the blue. "I don't want to stay in a small room any longer." And for the umpteenth time that day, Hayashi mentally cursed the slug Sannin with a list of expletives that he never had the chance to verbally say before. He's sure everyone else in the room read in between the lines of what Haku had said. The small room where they are must have reminded Haku too much of the small cell which he was trapped in for so long. Hayashi wouldn't be surprised if Haku developed some sort of aversion towards confined spaces after that experience. Great! Another mental problem to add on to Haku's already fragile state of mind. Tsunade. He will have words with her for what she did to his son. Darui. He will kill him at any given opportunity for what he did to his daughter. I will go check with Nohara-san, Kizashi said smoothly as he exited the room. Everyone had unanimously decided that Tsunade shouldn't appear anywhere near Haku, a sentiment that even the slug Sannin herself shared. A great healer she may be, but her abilities only applied to healing physical injuries. She obviously does not have the same expertise when it comes to treating mental wounds. Kizashi returned with Rin alongside him moments later. I think what needs to be said had already been said, so I won't repeat it. Welcome back, Haku. Rin's words seemed to have a visible effect on Haku when the doctor gave him a hug to show her support. No one had missed the guilt Haku felt for causing them to worry about him, no one missed how the look in his eyes flickered for a moment and how his fist had clenched before he relaxed it. But they all respect his privacy and didn't say anything. Right now, Haku doesn't need anyone to add on to the guilt he felt towards them for his attempted suicide. Right now, he needs their support more than anything. Rin immediately gave Haku a quick check. Haku's body is doing surprisingly well despite what had happened. His ice release works in mysterious ways that even Tsunade never fully understood. The main thing they have to take note is the type and amount of food that he is allowed to consume until he makes a full recovery. The other thing to take note was Haku's right arm, whose skin had been partially burnt from coming into direct contact with the Nibi's chakra when Haku was trying to extract the beast out of Yujito. Tsunade had healed it before she had thrown Haku into the cell, but it's best to play it safe and monitor his arm for any further complications. Tailed beast chakra are corrosive. Rin gave him the green light, even if they all can tell that the kind-hearted doctor would have chosen to let Haku remain in the hospital under further observation if possible, but Haku had wanted to return home and there wasn't a strict need to keep him in the hospital for any longer. There was nothing for them to pack up and Hayashi had finished signing the necessary paperwork required for Haku's discharge within minutes. They are all ready to leave, to go back home. Haku! You shouldn't be using dash. Rin's concern was shared by everyone when he suddenly formed a large mirror of eyes facing the open window of the room. Walking's too slow. And I don't really want to see anyone else right now. I just want to hurry and go back home. Haku turned away from his ice mirror to look at them. He held out a hand for them to hold on to. Using my mirrors is way faster. It will only take a second or two. Hanabi placed her hand on top of Haku's without a second thought, and she followed Haku's example as she held her other hand out, which Hinata took. Everyone followed suit as they all held hands so that Haku can bring them back home with his mirror. I will come over for periodic house visits to check on you whenever I'm free. Make sure you follow my instructions. I will, Rin-san. With that, Haku slipped through his mirror, bringing them all with him and Rin waving them goodbye. It is the first time Hayashi experienced what it feels like to see what Haku sees from his mirrors. It is disorienting, especially with his Byakugan's vision, and everything passed by him in such a rapid blur in a myriad of colors. He vaguely recognized the village as Haku brought them through a mirror he formed above Konoha in the sky as a midway point. The next thing he knew, they had exited from another mirror just right at the entrance of the Huga compound, far away from the hospital. The entire process only took a second or two, like what Haku had claimed. That was. Niji's sentence went incomplete as he swayed on his feet a little at the sense of sudden vertigo he experienced from traveling through Haku's ice mirrors. Hinata nodded mutely in agreement as she too swayed a little. Hayashi and Kizashi stood firmly with their feet planted to the ground, but even they are feeling a little green. Only Hanabi seems unaffected since this wasn't her first time using this mode of transport. We are home. Hanabi strode through the gates happily with her arms in the air, cheerily greeting their fellow clansmen on gate guard duty today, Shu and Taiga, on her way in. She excitedly dragged Haku along with her as they all followed behind. They didn't expect her to bring them into the kitchen. All right, Hanabi said as she rolled up her sleeves. I'm sure everyone is hungry because I'm hungry too. And Haku really needs to get some proper food in. So, we are all gonna cook together. Hayashi cannot help but let out an amused huff as he gave a subtle signal for the maids, the civilian members of their clan who usually prepare the entire clan's meals, to take a break from the kitchen and just let the children be. By the time the 6 of them are the only ones left in the kitchen and his attention returned back to the children, Hanabi is already there assigning work for everyone to do. And Niji-Nizan will make the fillings with Neisan, Haku, and I will make the wrappers dash. They will be making dumplings. No one protested when Hanabi bossed them around and they immediately got to work. Kizashi joined Niji and Hinata in preparing the fillings, with Niji shredding the cabbages while Hinata and Kizashi prepare the minced meat. They added a small portion of shrimps into the mixture as well for extra taste and texture. Make sure that you mix them well. Or dash. We know, Hanabi. Hinata patiently reassured her twin as the 3 of them dutifully go about preparing the fillings as per Hanabi's orders. He, Haku, and Hanabi, on the other hand, were tasked to make the wrappers. Hanabi had carefully measured the ratio of flour, water, and salt, and when she was satisfied with it, she poured them all into a large bowl. Haku stopped Hanabi when she moved to get a stirrer to mix the contents to get a nice, smooth dough. Using a stirrer is too slow. Watch. The contents in the bowl started to mix by themselves, and Hayashi cannot help but be in equal parts amused and impressed at how Haku took control of the water within the bowl to mix the contents with a simple thought. If anyone from Kiri sees you using the water prison jutsu to prepare dumpling dough, I'm sure they will send the 7 swordsmen after you for misusing their jutsu. I like to think that I'm being creative about it. Haku argued back, but Hanabi was obviously unimpressed. They took a short break of 10 minutes to let the resulting dough rest, and Hanabi used the time to gleefully use her flour-coated hands to cover them all in the white substance. Hanabi! Neisan! A hug! Come on! I'm still mincing the dash. Niji-Nizan. Stay away from me. Aju-san? Go bother Niji or Hinata. They were all spared from further acts of terrorism on Hanabi's part when the 10 minutes were up. They placed the dough on the flat surface of the cutting board before cutting the dough up into small equal pieces. Without further delay, Haku picked up one of the small pieces and used his hand to pound it into the board, making a small circular disc from the dough. The fluidity of his action suggested that he had a lot of practice doing it, which surprised them. Here! Hayashi took the rolling pins made of ice that Haku handed to him and Hanabi. The rolling pins felt cool to the touch, but not to the point of freezing. It's comfortable, and it felt more like holding onto a cool metal can than a cube of ice. The 3 of them got back to work as they began to use the rollers to flatten and make the wrappers. Pound the dough, flatten it with the roller, rinse and repeat. Soon, they were done, so did the other group. The 6 of them began to slowly fill the wrappers with the prepared fillings. A small scoop of a spoon of the fillings which will be placed in the middle of the circular wrapper. Not too much fillings that the wrapper will break when they cook it later, but not too little that it would compromise its taste. They then fold the sides of the wrapper together, dabbing their fingers in water every now and then to help seal the prepared dumpling up around its edges, keeping the contents in and not allowing it to leak out. See? I folded better than yours. Admit it, Nijinizan, you suck at this. Mine is fine. And Hinata's is better than yours. That's because she's Neisan. Cooking is her thing. Of course she's better than me. At the side, Hayashi and Kizashi both looked at the monstrosities sitting in their hands before turning to look at each other. With a show of perfect teamwork that can only be found in twins, they exchange a subtle nod of their heads at the same time before discreetly hiding their finished products out of sight in an unseen corner. Otu-sama. Aji-san. How about yours? Damn it. Haku and I, you are surprisingly good at this. Yours are folded quite nicely, like you had a lot of practice. Hinata's words got them looking at Haku, and the 2 elder Huga twins let out a quiet sigh of relief for the distraction provided. I used to do this all the time with my parents when I was young. My dad would mix the dough and prepare the wrappers, my mom would prepare the fillings, I would fold the dumplings. And then Dad would teach me how to fry them properly as he held my hand. Haku replied in a soft voice absent-mindedly, a look of faint nostalgia in his eyes that is still trained on the dumpling that he is folding. We would laugh at how my dad always tended to get flour flying everywhere. He had never been that good at mixing the dough even if he is an expert on frying dumplings. He would purposely cover me and Mom with flour and then laugh at us in return. Those moments were one of my fondest memories I had with them. The Hugas exchanged a brief look of silence at each other, not knowing what to really say. Haku must have sensed the shift in mood, seeing as he immediately changed the topic of discussion. How do you guys want the dumplings? Fried? Boiled? Fried! Boiled dumplings. You are boring, Niji and I. Fried! Fried ones are nicer. Niji and I's right. Boiled. It's healthier, Hanabi. Not you too, Neisan. Fried! Fried dumplings. Why can't we just do both? And so, they decided to do just both. Watch me, people. The great Huga Hanabi will show you how it's dash. Hanabi, don't. Why not? Hanabi protested when Haku stopped her from showing everyone the right way to make fried dumplings with a great fireball jutsu. If you can use your water jutsus to prepare food, I can too. How good, or how bad is your chakra control right now? Haku's right, you should hold off using any form of jutsus for now. Hayashi stepped in. Your chakra control will need to be relearned. You weren't able to control your chakra properly at the Hokage Tower, as I recall. Your technique nearly destroyed the underground when you panicked earlier. You will have to relearn your chakra control to adjust to your sudden increase in chakra reserves. Oh! Hanabi said softly as the realization dawned on her. Hayashi knows that this is a big blow for Hanabi, who takes great pride in her impeccable chakra control. She had always been the best at this department. Now, that part of her had been stripped away, the part of her that she had always been so proud of. I will see if I can come up with a seal later to help you with relearning your chakra control. For now, let's just start cooking. Haku reassured Hanabi as he went to turn on the stove with a frying pan already on it. He heated up the frying pan over medium heat as he poured in some cooking oil with obvious practiced ease. I think you would make a good house husband, Haku and I. Hanabi's really lucky. Hayashi and Kizashi both wisely held in their chuckle at Hinata's words. They can see how Haku's hand nearly slipped when he poured in the cooking oil just as Hinata made that remark. Well, it's obvious Hanabi wears the pants in their relationship. What we are all waiting for now is the date of the wedding. Niji. Haku spoke slowly and coolly, putting down the bottle of cooking oil back on the tabletop as his head turned mechanically towards Niji in slow motion. Remember the sparkling pink glitters and sealing tags? I can get very creative in what I want to seal next and tag it on you. Just shut up and start frying my dumplings already. Hanabi pulled on Haku's ear and pointed to the empty frying pan covered with sizzling oil. I'm hungry. Nobody else missed it when Niji mouthed silently to Hinata behind Haku's and Hanabi's backs. See? I told you Hanabi wears the pants in their relationship. Hinata could barely hold in her giggle. Haku started frying some of the prepared dumplings while Hinata started on boiling the other pile of dumplings for those who preferred boiled ones. Before long, they filled numerous plates with their finished product. Niji and Hanabi went to find some vinegar to be used as dipping sauce. They had prepared quite a large number of dumplings, so Haku and Hinata went to share the extras with the other members of the clan who are in the compound and may need the food. Fried ones are still nicer, Hanabi proclaimed as the family of 6 sat around a table in the garden outside their house, eating the piping hot dumplings that they just prepared and enjoying the brief moment of peace in their lives before everything gets chaotic again. Boiled ones are nicer, Hanabi. Nei-san, have you ever tasted fried dumplings? Here, have a bite. I will just finish them all if you two continue to bicker. Haku! Don't you dare touch my fried dumplings. I'm the one who cooked it. All of these are mine. Haku and I. Hinata stated with her eyes wide, mouth open in surprise the moment she took the first bite of the fried dumpling Hanabi had passed to her. It's one of those that Haku had fried. Yours are good. How did you do it? Practice. Who folded these dumplings? Niji asked quizzically when he spotted some rather deformed dumplings among the pile of boiled dumplings they are all eating. They looked more like fish balls than dumplings. Not me. Those are not mine. Definitely not mine too. The 4 children slowly turned their heads to the only 2 adults sitting at the table with them. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Hayashi gave a supporting nod at Hizashi's words which saved their manly pride when Hizashi replied smoothly and not a hint of his inner thoughts showing on his face. Hayashi knew it. He just knows that the stoic Huga mask that they both perfected since young had to be good for something. What one might perceive as less than satisfactory could be a work of art in another's eyes. The 4 children turned back to stare at said works of art before turning their gaze back at the 2 adults. Otusama, Aji-san. Hanabi said seriously as she looked at them both with an expression of genuine concern on her face. If you are not good at folding dumplings, just admit it. We know not everyone's perfect. We understand, really. Eat your food, Hanabi. Hayashi put a stop to Hanabi as he picked up a dumpling with a chopstick and put it into her open mouth. MFPH. Hanabi quickly spat the offending dumpling out. Otusama. This is boiled dumpling. Boiled ones are disgusting. Fried ones are the best. Haku's ones are really good too. The only response his daughter got from him was a fried dumpling shoved into her open mouth. Otoyu-sama. Chapter 20 Recovery. She really wished that time could freeze right now. Haku is recovering, and quickly too. That's good. It's only been 2 days since he was discharged from the hospital, and he is already making a big progress. Still, he has no wish to see anyone that is not part of their family right now. He hasn't even stepped out of the Huga compound after he got back home. That's fine. He had been given an undetermined period of medical leave considering what had happened. She, on the other hand, was tasked to quickly regain her chakra control back as soon as possible since she is now a Jinchuriki, and Konoha cannot afford to have a Jinchuriki who couldn't even control her chakra properly. Hence, the task she was given. which means the both of them now have a lot of time to spend together. Their new Hokage probably arranged it this way, so that the both of them can keep an eye out for each other. Hanabi can keep an eye out for Haku, in case his mind somehow went down the deep end again. Haku can keep an eye out for her, in case someone tried something untoward against her when she is currently unable to properly defend herself thanks to her out-of-whack chakra control. The both of them had been recently listed on Kumo's bingo books as S-rank threats. There will be people coming after them sooner or later. Honestly, she couldn't care. Let them come. They will either be beautifully frozen into popsicles or burnt vengefully into ashes. If she's feeling generous, maybe she might even let them choose whether they want to die by ice or fire. She found it amusing that despite the fact that they are opposites in every single aspect, they complement each other so well too. Fire and ice. Loud and quiet. Brash and calm. Jinchuriki and handler. Extrovert and introvert. She is his nemesis just as he is hers. Her fire can melt his ice, but his ice can also seal her flames. But they will never do that to each other, they are each too important to each other. They had always been together. It had always been that way. All they ever wanted to do is to keep each other safe. Haku is not the type to stay still. He never stayed still. He doesn't like to stay still, because whenever he does so his mind tends to wander off in the wrong direction. His mind is always thinking, he needs to be constantly doing something, and that was why he was always training in their childhood years. He never stopped trying to learn something new and to move forward, to be doing something so that his mind will not linger on the bad memories. So, she indulged him, knowing that this is not a part of him that she can change. She simply dumped a few large boxes of empty sealing scrolls in front of him, saying that if he wants to practice his calligraphy, he might as well make himself useful and create some sealing scrolls at the same time for those who might need it. And that's what he did. Haku's sealing scrolls are not the ones you can easily find on the market. The ones he made have a way larger storage capacity than the commonly used kind. Seeing that another war might break out anytime soon, there will be a need for stocking up more of these type of storage scrolls that cannot be easily mass-produced. This led them to where they are now. Even if he can stay in confined spaces perfectly fine without going insane, she knows that he doesn't really like confined spaces that much after that incident, so she dragged him out to their family's garden. He started working on creating those unique storage scrolls, hands moving expertly and steadily as he held his brush in the perfect manner his godparents had taught him, his face the very expression of calmness. It's obvious he isn't paying full attention to the scrolls he is working on, it is obvious that some part of his mind is wandering elsewhere, but at least this keeps him occupied and not letting his thoughts stray to anywhere too dangerous. He likes the silence and privacy, so she gave it to him. She is content with just watching him by his side, her elbow resting on the table and her chin resting on her left palm to support her head. She is content with simply watching him silently by the side and keeping him company. She can do this all day and she wouldn't mind at all. Don't you have other things to do other than watching me? No. She replied immediately, eyes unblinking and still in the same position as she is. She allows a small smile on her face when she spotted the slight upward twitch of the edge of his mouth. If you are so free, go relearn your chakra control. Done that the entire morning. I'm taking a break right now. He's not getting rid of her so easily. You staring at me quietly for 2 hours straight is starting to get a little creepy. It's not like this is the first time. I watch you work like this all the time since we were young. All right, I will bite, he said with a sigh as he finished up the scroll he was working on, rolled it up, and dumped it into the completed pile before turning to face her where she is sitting on the left side of the table they are sitting at. What is it that you really want? She tilts her head a little in thought. What is it that she wants? Spend some time with you. That's all she really wants. She saw how his eyebrows rose a little in doubt, the really written clearly on his face. Really? That's all she really wants. He stared at her, speechless, and she enjoys the look on his face because she had succeeded in causing him to be at a loss for words. Seems like practicing his calligraphy and fuinjutsu is now not enough to keep him busy any longer. Time for a change of plans. Oh right, there's that. I'm hungry. Make me something. I'm sure there is already something prepared in the kitchen, or you can just go cook something yourself. Dumplings. I want to eat the dumplings you prepare. Yes, those dumplings he made are to die for. Even when she had known him for 8 years, she never knew that he can make such mouth-watering dumplings. Although, on hindsight, there wasn't really a chance for Haku to show anyone that he can actually cook. Their meals had always been prepared by the kitchen staff. Her clan have a communal way of living. Things like laundry and cooking are handled by a group of civilian clan members from the branch house, and they do the chores for everyone in their clan, including babysitting children when their parents are away on missions. These clan members are paid well for their sacrifices and services to the clan. Their job is an unglamorous yet important job, so they deserve at least a respectable remuneration. Of course, for those who prefer to do such chores themselves and not rely on others to do their dirty chores, they can always opt out of such services. The laundry area and the kitchen are also open for all to use. These communal services and facilities are paid for by the entire clan. The working adults and shinobis all contribute a part of their earnings as clan tax, depending on their age, rank, number of family members to support, and so forth. She and Haku all paid such taxes too the moment they became genin. This tax money is also used for things such as supporting any orphans they have, among many others. A globule of ice-cold water floated in front of her, and she drank it without delay to ease the scalding pain on her tongue. When she looked up, she can see Haku's frowning face looking down at her. He conjured a small rectangular pane of ice below the plate of finished dumplings and hovered it high up in the air, way beyond her reach. Haku! Her dumplings! Learn to be patient. She took this chance to start annoying him incessantly as he continues to fry the remaining dumplings. She could have simply jumped in the air with a chakra-enhanced leap and snagged all those dumplings by herself, but where's the fun in that? Haku, hurry it up already. I want to eat the dumplings. Stop whining. She jumped and latched onto his back, resting her head on his shoulders, and watched him continue frying the dumplings expertly only with a pair of metal chopsticks in hand. She talked non-stop, uncaring if anyone else is in the kitchen or not. Let people talk all they want. So what if she is a Jinchuriki? So what if people labeled him as mentally unstable? So what if what she is doing now is behavior unbefitting of a Huga? They both just came back from a close brush with death. Who cares about what other people say? Get off me. Never. How am I supposed to fry the dumplings with you clinging onto me? You are a genius. You work something out. He nearly stumbled from the extra weight on him when he tried to reach out for the nearby bottle of cooking oil to add to the frying pan. She barely managed to smother her laughter. You saw that. Seriously, let go. I can't continue to cook like this. Never. You are heavy, so let go. Did you just say that I'm heavy? That's it. I'm never letting go now. He groaned. She laughed. Go away, Hanabi. Never. She will never let him go. She will never leave his side. Never again. How is your eyesight? It's been stable ever since we tried the experiment. I used Kamui quite a lot to chase the Kumonins out of the land of fire, and yet my eyesight had not deteriorated since. I think it is working. I see. Rin said quietly as she wrote something on her clipboard and then ran one more diagnostic test with her medical expertise just to make absolutely sure. Injecting the cells of their first Hokage into his body is no laughing matter. The life force of the former god of shinobi is nothing to scoff at. But if this breakthrough in medical technology can allow his clansmen to avoid total blindness in the future, to eradicate the barbaric practice of switching eyes between kinsmen for good, then he will gladly offer himself as a lab rat to be experimented on. If this experiment proved to be successful, it will have significant effects on the Uchiha clan. It will be a step closer to abolishing that bloody and barbaric practice. I'm done. At Rin's words, Abito sat up and wore his shirt again, covering the whitish patch on his torso that had been implanted with Hashirama's cells. Whether this allows him to use the fabled wood release remains to be seen, but Tsunade herself doubted it. Wood release is not easy to use. To obtain a bloodline by simply injecting the cells of one that can use said bloodline limit is not going to cut it, or everyone would be doing that to get their hands on various bloodline limits by now. It's not that simple, even if some bloodline limits can be transferred with a simple transplant. However, that only applies to a select few. You'll be posted to the borders again, right? Sensei just informed me. I will try my best to come back alive. Abito said as he tried his best to reassure the love of his life, Rin. Kakashi will be there too, so everything will be fine. We will watch each other's backs. You two better come back safe. She whispered as they both hugged each other. I don't want to lose you, Abito. I nearly lost you in the last war, and I was so afraid I might lose you again when the invasion happened. You were facing Killer Bee. You won't lose me. It won't happen. He reassured her again, and he will do it as many times as he needs to. For her, for his friends, for those he cares about, for his village, he will come back victorious if a war does break out. He will do it to protect those that he cares about. Abito? Yes? When you come back, let's get married. Whatever words Rin spoke next, he doesn't know. His mind had stopped working. To? Abito? Rin? He stuttered as he gently pulled her away and looked at her in the eyes. Why, you are not pulling my leg, right? I'm serious. Nowhere, Rin said with a slight disapproving frown, as if his words just offended her. The next moment, a gentle and happy smile broke out on her face with a hint of cheekiness. Is this enough incentive for you to come back alive now? Why, yes. He exclaimed happily, Sharingan whirling to life to imprint this particular memory into his mind for eternity. Yes. 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 I never thought we will be the first among our friends to get married, you know? But I guess now is a good time as any. I will inform Fugaku and Mikoto-sama about this arrangement before I leave. They will be happy to hear this. Rin gave a hum of agreement. Chapter 20 Recovery. She really wished that time could freeze right now. Haku is recovering, and quickly too. That's good. It's only been 2 days since he was discharged from the hospital, and he is already making a big progress. Still, he has no wish to see anyone that is not part of their family right now. He hasn't even stepped out of the Huga compound after he got back home. That's fine. He had been given an undetermined period of medical leave considering what had happened. She, on the other hand, was tasked to quickly regain her chakra control back as soon as possible since she is now a Jinchuriki, and Konoha cannot afford to have a Jinchuriki who couldn't even control her chakra properly. Hence, the task she was given. Which means the both of them now have a lot of time to spend together. Their new Hokage probably arranged it this way, so that the both of them can keep an eye out for each other. Hanabi can keep an eye out for Haku, in case his mind somehow went down the deep end again. Haku can keep an eye out for her, in case someone tried something untoward against her when she is currently unable to properly defend herself thanks to her out-of-whack chakra control. The both of them had been recently listed on Kumo's bingo books as S-rank threats. There will be people coming after them sooner or later. Honestly, she couldn't care. Let them come. They will either be beautifully frozen into popsicles or burnt vengefully into ashes. If she's feeling generous, maybe she might even let them choose whether they want to die by ice or fire. She found it amusing that despite the fact that they are opposites in every single aspect, they complement each other so well too. Fire and ice. Loud and quiet. Brash and calm. Jinchuriki and handler. Extrovert and introvert. She is his nemesis just as he is hers. Her fire can melt his ice, but his ice can also seal her flames. But they will never do that to each other, they are each too important to each other. They had always been together. It had always been that way. All they ever wanted to do is to keep each other safe. Haku is not the type to stay still. He never stayed still. He doesn't like to stay still, because whenever he does so his mind tends to wander off in the wrong direction. His mind is always thinking, he needs to be constantly doing something, and that was why he was always training in their childhood years. He never stopped trying to learn something new and to move forward, to be doing something so that his mind will not linger on the bad memories. So, she indulged him, knowing that this is not a part of him that she can change. She simply dumped a few large boxes of empty sealing scrolls in front of him, saying that if he wants to practice his calligraphy, he might as well make himself useful and create some sealing scrolls at the same time for those who might need it. And that's what he did. Haku's sealing scrolls are not the ones you can easily find on the market. The ones he made have a way larger storage capacity than the commonly used kind. Seeing that another war might break out anytime soon, there will be a need for stocking up more of these type of storage scrolls that cannot be easily mass-produced. This led them to where they are now. Even if he can stay in confined spaces perfectly fine without going insane, she knows that he doesn't really like confined spaces that much after that incident, so she dragged him out to their family's garden. He started working on creating those unique storage scrolls, hands moving expertly and steadily as he held his brush in the perfect manner his godparents had taught him, his face the very expression of calmness. It's obvious he isn't paying full attention to the scrolls he is working on, it is obvious that some part of his mind is wandering elsewhere, but at least this keeps him occupied and not letting his thoughts stray to anywhere too dangerous. He likes the silence and privacy, so she gave it to him. She is content with just watching him by his side, her elbow resting on the table and her chin resting on her left palm to support her head. She is content with simply watching him silently by the side and keeping him company. She can do this all day and she wouldn't mind at all. Don't you have other things to do other than watching me? No. She replied immediately, eyes unblinking and still in the same position as she is. She allows a small smile on her face when she spotted the slight upward twitch of the edge of his mouth. If you are so free, go relearn your chakra control. Done that the entire morning. I'm taking a break right now. He's not getting rid of her so easily. You staring at me quietly for 2 hours straight is starting to get a little creepy. It's not like this is the first time. I watch you work like this all the time since we were young. All right, I will bite, he said with a sigh as he finished up the scroll he was working on, rolled it up, and dumped it into the completed pile before turning to face her where she is sitting on the left side of the table they are sitting at. What is it that you really want? She tilts her head a little in thought. What is it that she wants? Spend some time with you. That's all she really wants. She saw how his eyebrows rose a little in doubt, the really written clearly on his face. Really? That's all she really wants. He stared at her, speechless, and she enjoys the look on his face because she had succeeded in causing him to be at a loss for words. Seems like practicing his calligraphy and fuinjutsu is now not enough to keep him busy any longer. Time for a change of plans. Oh right, there's that. I'm hungry. Make me something. I'm sure there is already something prepared in the kitchen, or you can just go cook something yourself. Dumplings. I want to eat the dumplings you prepare. Yes, those dumplings he made are to die for. Even when she had known him for 8 years, she never knew that he can make such mouth-watering dumplings. Although, on hindsight, there wasn't really a chance for Haku to show anyone that he can actually cook. Their meals had always been prepared by the kitchen staff. Her clan have a communal way of living. Things like laundry and cooking are handled by a group of civilian clan members from the branch house, and they do the chores for everyone in their clan, including babysitting children when their parents are away on missions. These clan members are paid well for their sacrifices and services to the clan. Their job is an unglamorous yet important job, so they deserve at least a respectable remuneration. Of course, for those who prefer to do such chores themselves and not rely on others to do their dirty chores, they can always opt out of such services. The laundry area and the kitchen are also open for all to use. These communal services and facilities are paid for by the entire clan. The working adults and shinobis all contribute a part of their earnings as clan tax, depending on their age, rank, number of family members to support, and so forth. She and Haku all paid such taxes too the moment they became genin. This tax money is also used for things such as supporting any orphans they have, among many others. You just ate the dumplings yesterday. I want to eat them today. Go make me some dumplings. I'm hungry. There are apples in the kitchen. I want real food. I want fried dumplings. I'm hungry. He sighed. Haku, you are insufferable. That's my job. I told you a long time ago, didn't I? I will annoy you my whole life if I have to. Haku didn't reply as he stood up, dusted himself, and brought the scrolls with him back to his room. She followed after him, a slight skip in her steps as she watched him from behind. He stood up again. Her Haku stood back up on his own 2 feet again. He always does. If not for himself, then it is for her. This time, she has a feeling that it is for her, and it made her happy for reasons she cannot quite explain why. It wasn't long before they reached the kitchen. The two of them politely greeted the branch house members on kitchen duty today, who are surprised to see them there. The two of them are of a very high status within the clan. Especially her, since she is an heiress. Usually, people of their status wouldn't come to a lowly place like the kitchen. Well, too bad. She and him had never cared much about status. After reassuring the panicking branch members that the two of them are simply there to do their own things, and not because the food cooked by the kitchen staffs tasted so bad that it had offended them or anything, they both got to work. To say Haku is an expert in making dumplings is an understatement. Where it took at least 10 minutes for a proficient cook to complete the dough, he used only 5 minutes to get it done perfectly. He managed it by cheating, using his manipulation over water and with some other usages of other water jutsus that will have any Kirinins jumping on their feet if they saw it being used in any other way that is not killing or assassination. His application of wind nature chakra cut the dough up perfectly into nice small blocks without even a need for a knife. Within 10 minutes, he can already start on making the wrapper. She sat down in a corner of the kitchen and watched him work. The practiced motion of how he mechanically pounded and flattened each small dough block into a circular wrapper is hypnotizing. He had created a few ice clones to make the fillings at the same time. Haku never liked to waste time. Efficiency, thy name is Haku. She cannot help but smile from where she is sitting on a nearby stool, elbows on her knees, hands supporting her chin as she watched him hard at work while she is still watching him in a dreamlike state. She really hopes that time can stay at this moment forever. But time never stops. The wrappers and the fillings were soon completed at about the same time. If you want to eat the dumplings so much, then come and help me. She clicked her tongue in mock annoyance at his words, but she still stood up, washed her hands, rolled up her sleeves, and got to his side. Her soft smile had never left her face. He passed her a spoon, which she used to fill the wrappers with her desired amount of fillings. She then passed the filled wrappers to him, where he will fold them up nicely and transform them into completed dumplings. The dumplings he folded always look so pretty. Even her twin, who is no slouch in cooking herself, lost thoroughly to Haku when it comes to dumplings. The entire clan would know, the cooking showdown between Hinata and Haku took place just yesterday. Ever since that day where Haku displayed his skill in making and cooking dumplings, Hinata couldn't believe that someone actually had the skill that rivals her when it comes to making dumplings. Hinata had always took great pride in her culinary skills, but Haku's dumplings were so good that Hinata, her ever-quiet elder twin sister, had challenged Haku to a dumpling showdown. Haku won. The whole clan who were in the compound at that time were all there to witness the competition. On the bright side, everyone in their clan yesterday got to eat some scrumptious dumplings made by the two competitors. No one minded if another of such competition were to take place again. Hanabi and Haku worked silently in this manner, with her filling up the wrappers and he folding what she passed him. No words needed to be exchanged after living with each other for so long. They had always been by each other's side. They had long since mastered the art of understanding each other without needing to say a single word. Soon, an entire tray of folded dumplings was filled. Furthermore, this is no normal tray. The trays in their kitchen are huge as the kitchen is in charge of preparing the meals of the entire clan. It is a lot of dumplings, and she's going to eat them all since there is no one else to share these dumplings with today. Not her father and uncle, and not even her siblings. Nope, no one else is here for her to share those divine dumplings with. Yup, everything he cooks today belongs to her and her bottomless tummy. Her and her only. Haku's fried dumplings are a food of the gods. All of these should belong to her and her only because Haku is hers just as she is his. If only that stupid idiot actually grows a brain and realizes that deep down, he actually loves her more than anything. Never mind, he will get it soon enough. She can wait, the dumplings can't. Right now, these dumplings take priority. Let me try lighting the stove up. Is your chakra control? It should be fine. Besides, you can always use your water to douse the fire if anything goes wrong. She held up her right index finger and concentrated. A second later, the tip of her finger lighted up like a candle. She cannot help but frown a little. It is still too big for her liking and the flame is still uncontrollable. She had wanted the fire to be much smaller. Still, her progress is already remarkable. Controlling the amount of increased chakra in her thanks to Matatabi's arrival is no easy feat. No one had expected her to improve like how she did. Turning on the gas, she put her flaming finger near the stove to get the stove up and running. Haku put the frying pan on the stove the moment it was lighted up and started heating the pan, cooking oil already poured in. The sizzling sound of the dumplings on the frying pan got her swallowing her saliva. She sniffed the air. The aroma is divine. Oh yes, this is the dumplings she had been dreaming about ever since she ate the ones Haku fried for them 2 days ago. She can eat them every day and she will not get sick of it. She can start to understand Naruto's undying love for ramen now, how the blonde hyperactive knucklehead can seemingly eat ramen for all 3 meals every day for the rest of her life and not get sick of it. The moment the first batch was done, Hanabi wasted no time in picking up one of those heavenly fried dumplings with a pair of chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Ah! Seriously, are you a 3-year-old? She can hear Haku admonishing her as he temporarily stopped whatever he is doing when her tongue got scalded by the steaming hot dumpling. I just took them out of the pan, let it cool a little before eating them. Why did you even take such a big bite? A globule of ice-cold water floated in front of her and she drank it without delay to ease the scalding pain on her tongue. When she looked up, she can see Haku's frowning face looking down at her. He conjured a small rectangular pane of ice below the plate of finished dumplings and hovered it high up in the air, way beyond her reach. Haku! Her dumplings! Learn to be patient. She took this chance to start annoying him incessantly as he continues to fry the remaining dumplings. She could have simply jumped in the air with a chakra-enhanced leap and snagged all those dumplings by herself, but where's the fun in that? Haku, hurry it up already. I want to eat the dumplings. Stop whining. She jumped and latched onto his back, resting her head on his shoulders, and watch him continue frying the dumplings expertly, only with a pair of metal chopsticks in hand. She talked non-stop, uncaring if anyone else is in the kitchen or not. Let people talk all they want. So what if she is a Jinchuriki? So what if people labeled him as mentally unstable? So what if what she is doing now is behavior unbefitting of a Huga? They both just came back from a close brush with death. Who cares about what other people say? Get off me. Never. How am I supposed to fry the dumplings with you clinging onto me? You are a genius. You work something out. He nearly stumbled from the extra weight on him when he tried to reach out for the nearby bottle of cooking oil to add to the frying pan. She barely managed to smother her laughter. You saw that. Seriously, let go. I can't continue to cook like this. Never. You are heavy, so let go. Did you just say that I'm heavy? That's it. I'm never letting go now. He groaned. She laughed. Go away, Hanabi. Never. She will never let him go. She will never leave his side. Never again. How is your eyesight? It's been stable ever since we tried the experiment. I used Kamui quite a lot to chase the Kumonins out of the land of fire, and yet my eyesight had not deteriorated since. I think it is working. I see. Rin said quietly as she wrote something on her clipboard and then ran one more diagnostic test with her medical expertise just to make absolutely sure. Injecting the cells of their first Hokage into his body is no laughing matter. The life force of the former god of shinobi is nothing to scoff at. But if this breakthrough in medical technology can allow his clansmen to avoid total blindness in the future, to eradicate the barbaric practice of switching eyes between kinsmen for good, then he will gladly offer himself as a lab rat to be experimented on. If this experiment proved to be successful, it will have significant effects on the Uchiha clan. It will be a step closer to abolishing that bloody and barbaric practice. I'm done. At Rin's words, Abito sat up and wore his shirt again, covering the whitish patch on his torso that had been implanted with Hashirama's cells. Whether this allows him to use the fabled wood release remains to be seen, but Tsunade herself doubted it. Wood release is not easy to use. To obtain a bloodline by simply injecting the cells of one that can use said bloodline limit is not going to cut it, or everyone would be doing that to get their hands on various bloodline limits by now. It's not that simple, even if some bloodline limits can be transferred with a simple transplant. However, that only applies to a select few. You'll be posted to the borders again, right? Sensei just informed me. I will try my best to come back alive. Abito said as he tried his best to reassure the love of his life, Rin. Kakashi will be there too, so everything will be fine. We will watch each other's backs. You two better come back safe. She whispered as they both hugged each other. I don't want to lose you, Abito. I nearly lost you in the last war, and I was so afraid I might lose you again when the invasion happened. You were facing Killer Bee. You won't lose me. It won't happen. He reassured her again, and he will do it as many times as he needs to. For her, for his friends, for those he cares about, for his village, he will come back victorious if a war does break out. He will do it to protect those that he cares about. Abito? Yes? When you come back, let's get married. Whatever words Rin spoke next, he doesn't know. His mind had stopped working. To? Abito? Rin? He stuttered as he gently pulled her away and looked at her in the eyes. Why, you are not pulling my leg, right? I'm serious. Nowhere, Rin said with a slight disapproving frown, as if his words just offended her. The next moment, a gentle and happy smile broke out on her face with a hint of cheekiness. Is this enough incentive for you to come back alive now? Why yes, he exclaimed happily, Sharingan whirling to life to imprint this particular memory into his mind for eternity. Yes. 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 I never thought we will be the first among our friends to get married, you know? But I guess now is a good time as any. I will inform Fugaku and Mikoto-sama about this arrangement before I leave. They will be happy to hear this. Rin gave a hum of agreement. You are visiting Haku later, right? Rin asked as she sat beside Abito and rested her tired head on his shoulders. It will be another long shift in the hospital today. I'm still busy here in the hospital, so I cannot go check on him as regularly as I like. Help me see if he is doing fine, will you? I will. Don't worry, I won't fail them as their sensei again. Don't be too hard on yourself. Whatever happened wasn't your fault. I should have at least checked before going out on my missions. No one could have expected Tsunade-san to, whatever she did. We trusted her. I know even someone like her makes mistakes every now and then. Make no mistake, I'm angry at her, but what I'm angrier about is Kumo. This is the second time they spit in our faces. The Huga affair, and now this. Our village had sincerely tried to be nice with them, and they just walked all over it. Nabi-chan and Haku-chan would have died if they weren't so lucky. I would have lost 2 students because these Kumo bastards are so paranoid of any village growing stronger than them. If it wasn't for Kumo, none of this shit would happen. Haku wouldn't have lost himself to madness and tried to escape reality. Rin went silent a short while before speaking again. Tsunade-san is sincerely sorry for what she did, but knowing her prideful nature, she won't outright apologize. Abito snorted. She's the granddaughter of the founder of our village, the grandniece of our Nidame, the student of our Sandame, and the only legendary Sannin left who so happens to be the greatest medic nin in the elemental nations. Who dares to be angry at her? She came and talked to me. She wants to do something for shinobis who suffers from mental illnesses. I think it is her way of making amends and apologizing to Haku. And how is she planning on doing it? Haku's situation made us realize that someone like him won't be the last we will see. With the way our world works, with wars happening every decade or 2 at the longest, there will always be children like him who are ill-adjusted to the shinobi life, who are mentally scarred for life because there isn't anyone who reached out to them in time to pull them out. Abito nodded reluctantly at the truth of Rin's words. He's still mad at Tsunade, but considering she was the one who found the likely cure to his clan's problem of blindness from using the Mangekyo, there are things that he cannot say outright. He has to consider his clan's plight. The weakness of the Mangekyo is one that he really wants to see erased, even if it means tolerating the Senju princess. We realized that while Konoha invests a lot in our shinobi's physical health, the same cannot be said for their psychological and mental health. There wasn't a need to because shinobis tend to die young, most of them died even before their mental illness got treated. It wasn't a worthwhile investment. But now, Haku's situation made us realize that shinobi world is indeed wrong, like what he said. Our village are also known for producing geniuses whose mental health isn't the best. Exactly. Orochimaru, Kakashi, even Itachi at one point when the Third War is still ongoing. Did you know that even Itachi admitted to jumping off a cliff when he was 5 because he saw no meaning to life? That he wanted to know what death was, to see his true self, so he tried jumping off a cliff? Thank Kami that he stopped himself before he ended up dead. And now Haku. It's like there will always be a few of ill-adjusted geniuses within every generation of our shinobis. If Konoha had some sort of system or framework that helps deal with a shinobi's mental health, to help them adjust to this violent world, maybe things would be better. Maybe Orochimaru wouldn't have gone rogue, maybe this invasion wouldn't even have happened at all. So many wouldn't have died. Abito frowned a little. If Orochimaru hadn't gone rogue, hard to imagine. Tsunade and I decided to approach Inoichi-sama to discuss about the possibility of setting up some sort of support infrastructure to help shinobis with mental illness, especially for children. Inoichi-sama agreed immediately. Did you discuss this with Sensei? We did. He agreed, but we can only start after this period of crisis is over, since everyone is busy preparing our village from experiencing another possible war. That takes priority. Makes sense. The moment this is all over, Tsunade-san and I are going to learn more about healing mental trauma with Inoichi-sama's help. Hopefully, someone will never experience the same helplessness Haku did again. If only I had spotted this sooner. You told me not to be too hard on myself, now I am returning your words back to you. Don't be too hard on yourself. Rin sighed. Minato-sensei wants peace, and I do too. Really? I never really liked combat all that much, which was why I decided to be a med-nin. But if I don't have to be a med-nin at all, because there is peace and so no one will ever need to see a med-nin since they won't need to keep going on dangerous missions, I will be happy to give it all up. We will find peace one day. Abito said as his hold on her tightened, to reassure her the best he could. Maybe not in our generation, but we can pave the road for the next one. We need to believe in the will of fire now more than ever. The two of them remained in silence for another few more minutes, to enjoy some time together before Rin has to go and make her rounds again. Be safe. She whispered to him when she really has to go. I will. His logical thinking had failed him. It had never failed him before. According to the book he read, he failed as a friend. He wasn't there when his friends needed him the most. He couldn't understand why he failed, so he retraced his thoughts back to that day, trying to find a logical explanation through rational means. The answer he arrived at, the reason why he missed that possibility, was because he forgot to account for human irrationality as a possible factor. There were wartime practices that every Konoha shinobi would learn about the moment they became one. One such scenario even included the event of an invasion, and it was taught to everyone in the academy in their first year there. According to what he had learned, in the case of an invasion and everything is simply too chaotic for anyone to keep account of everyone else, and where everyone will be extremely worried about anyone else that they care about to maintain a level-headed mind, wartime protocol number 12 will be invoked. The protocol's aim is to tally the number of alive, injured, and dead as soon as possible and to keep Konoha's shinobis going by giving the village's shinobis, as much as possible, a somewhat accurate account on who is still alive and dead. Right after an invasion, everyone is worried for their loved ones, not knowing if they are dead or alive. If people know that their loved ones are still alive, then they would at least feel assured enough to keep going about doing their duties as shinobis of the village even if they didn't have a chance to see them until everything died down. Like what Tobi-sensei did when he was immediately sent out on an extermination mission right after the invasion ended. Wartime Protocol Number 12 works by utilizing the power of word of mouth and placing faith in the village's will of fire. If a Konoha shinobi knew for sure that comrades A, B, and C are still alive, he will pass the message on and let it circulate among their shinobi forces, so that anyone who is still out there searching for news of A, B, and C can at least have a peace of mind until they see them again. It is a method with a lot of faults, but in the case where an invasion really happened and everything is a chaotic mess, this is the best information network one is going to get until an official tally can be done. Due to the will of fire Konoha believes in, logic would dictate that if Konoha Shinobi Number 1 spread the word that comrades A, B, and C are alive, then Konoha Shinobi Number 1 will at least keep an eye out for them, or if they are injured, at least ensure that they are in good care before they go about doing their individual duties. Because they all believe in the will of fire, so they trust the words of their comrades without question in times of crisis. Everyone will take care of everyone else. To believe in strength through unity, that's what being a Konoha shinobi is about. And so when everyone learned that Crackers-chan and Girly-kun is in Tsunade's care, they all logically assumed that the legendary Sannin would take care of them. Further logical thinking and past experiences with the two lovebirds on his team also supported the notion that Crackers-chan and Girly-kun are inseparable. Wherever one goes, the other will follow. So when he learnt that Crackers-chan is in the hospital recovering from a near-death injury, his logical thinking led him to speculate that Girly-kun must be in there too. By that extension, the both of them are safe. Everyone he knew seemed to arrive at this same conclusion, given that no one checked any further when they learned that Tsunade herself was the one who spread the word that they are alive and safe. They had all believed in the slug Sannin and made the next logical assumption. It was because of his wrongly construed thought back then, he chose to turn around and continue to help clean up the resulting mess instead of personally visiting his teammates, using his ink creations to move the injured and to rescue as many as he can, like what he is supposed to do as a shinobi of Konoha. On hindsight, he should at least go and verify his speculations. If he had at least done this extra step, then he would have found out earlier that Girly-kun was actually locked in an underground cell instead of being in the hospital that he had assumed. The books he read about making friends all wrote that friends should help each other in their time of need, and he wasn't there in Girly-kun's time of need. Going by that logic, he is a bad friend. The worst kind of friend. Somehow, that realization made him feel. What is it that he is feeling? He doesn't know. He can tell that Tobi-sensei felt the same as well, that he too should have checked on the lovebirds on their team before going on his mission, that he shouldn't have just assumed when he too heard that they are in Tsunade's hands. Assumptions kills, that's what Girly-kun used to say to him. In any case, the past is in the past, like what Crackers-chan liked to remind Girly-kun whenever he got lost in his thoughts. Right now, according to one of the books he read, is the time to make amends to his friends and show them that he is sincere in his apology. He needs to show them that he is indeed sorry for not being a dutiful friend to them when they had been nothing but helpful and understanding towards his social and emotionally stunted self. Reverse. We know you don't have any cards in your hand that you can use, sensei. Stop wasting time and just draw from the draw pile. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, he sure has crappy luck. 5, 6. Still haven't found an appropriate card? Shut up, minions. You used your Sharingan and still lost? Shut up. Sensei, you really suck, you know that? So this is the expression one uses when they experience total defeat and humiliation. Damn it, sigh. Why did I agree to be a Jonin sensei? Because you love us? Because you have to? Because Kakashi became one and you don't want to lose to your eternal rival? I hate you guys. After spending a few hours in the Huga compound and experiencing 13 humiliating straight losses, Abito walked out of the compound with his head hung low and an air of defeat hanging around him like hovering rain clouds. Well, at least he now knows that Haku is on his way to a full and speedy recovery. His own dignity is a small price to pay for his students' welfare. Here! And Hanabi had given him a copy of these admittedly fun Uno cards for him to play with anyone he wants in his free time. It will help make missions a lot more bearable when he needs to find something to do to pass any idle time when he inevitably gets posted to the front line soon. He is almost certain that a war will erupt any time now with how tense things are between their village and Kumo. Suna had realigned themselves with Konoha when they found out that their Kazakage was being impersonated by Orochimaru. Konoha had let it go in favor of a new alliance between Suna and Konoha since Konoha is in no place to go around making more enemies. The same goes for Suna, and Suna also don't have much trust in Kumo or any other of the big five. Konoha is probably the best candidate for them to ally with, realistically and geographically. The only reason Suna and Kumo had a joint invasion was because of the insistence of their Kazakage. An alliance between Suna and Konoha will be beneficial to both sides. Oto is now a mess without Orochimaru around, and there is a lack of a clear leader to take over the place and rule the minor village. No one bothered to deal with it since they are now a non-threat and there is no further gain for them to do anything to Oto. Oto Geikure is no more, That leaves Kumo, which is still unrepentant for their actions and is still adopting an aggressive stand towards Konoha. Don't lose too many rounds in Uno, sensei. Abito's right eye twitched in annoyance when he was pulled out of his thoughts by Haku. Don't use your Sharingan to cheat, because it won't work anyway. It will hurt your ego even more when you lose with your Sharingan active. Abito glared at Hanabi. Cheeky brat. Abito sighed before both his hands rested on the lovebirds' heads and ruffled them. Truthfully, being a Jonin sensei is a tough job, and he doesn't think he had done a very good job in guiding them, unlike what Minato did for him. Hanabi had improved drastically in the 1 month he tutored her, but Sai is still socially stunted and Haku's problems had never truly gone away while the boy was under his care. Even the Kakashi is a better sensei than he will ever be. Well, in any case, I'm just glad that the both of you are still alive. He said truthfully to the 2 little minions that he had nearly lost forever. I will definitely be posted to the borders soon, in case another war breaks out, and I have no idea when I would return. But I will make sure to kill Darui when I see him, I promise. Make sure you put holes in him. Hanabi added. What he did to me was painful. Got it. Abito said with a smile before he turned to the wielder of ice. As for you, don't give us another scare like that, okay? Haku averted his gaze in guilt, but gave a silent nod. Good. Abito gave the biggest smile he can, just in case this somehow became the last smile he will ever give them as their sensei. You never know what will happen to you in war, no matter how strong you are. Anything can happen out there, he learnt that in his participation in the last one. According to the book I read, now should be the time to wish you a safe return. Burn them all, sensei. Just come back alive. Abito wordlessly turned around and walked down the street, the warm orange rays of the setting sun shining down on his back as he gave his students a lazy wave of his hand as farewell. Heh, now that his cute little minions had said that, he couldn't possibly go out there and lose now, can he? Besides, Kumo had just listed his cute little lovebirds as S-rank threats, to be dealt with extreme prejudice. And would you look at that? 2 of his minions had reached S rank just a few months into their shinobi career. Sai himself is also definitely a solid shunin in strength. If it were any normal scenario, he would be bursting with pride. He still is, but only if such recognition of the lovebird's strength didn't come at such a hefty price. Now, everyone will be watching his 2 lovebirds, waiting for any chance to eliminate them before they grow into their full potential, because they are just too talented. As their sensei, he cannot allow them to come to harm. He will protect them, because he is their sensei. In that case, then he will kill all who poses a threat to his cute little minions. He will remind Kumo once more why he, Uchiha Abito, is called the Phantom of Konoha. Things had improved greatly since then, in Hanabi's opinion. The day after their sensei left, Haku decided to heed everyone's advice and go out to take a walk. Cooping himself in the compound all the time couldn't be healthy for his mind. They decided to go find the rest of their fellow rookies. From what Sai said when he came to pick them up, they are helping out to clear up the mess in the village to restore their village back to its former glory. In that case, they will go and help out too. It's just not right to be sitting back and relaxing at home when all of their friends are out there hard at work, especially so when the both of them are fine now. From what she found out from her father, Suna surrendered unconditionally, saying that they were manipulated into participating in the invasion since their Kazekage was killed and was impersonated by Orochimaru dating at least a few months back. The invasion was technically Orochimaru's idea, and they only just found that out. Kumo, however, still has some beef against them. It's always Kumo. To add on, Haku and her also face discrimination from their fellow villagers. She because of her new Jinchuriki status, and he because of what he did to save her. Haku is now officially on the shit list of many of their own comrades for what he did for her sake. He had jeopardized the safety of the entire village just for a chance to save her, although it had benefited Konoha in the end. Everyone is torn about what to do with him, but their yandame's last words had included a pardon for Haku, and Haku's attempted suicide isn't a big secret given the commotion it made. There were also sympathizers to Haku's plight, so it isn't all that bad for him. In the end, people either let Haku be out of respect for their late yandame, continue to badmouth him, or actually understood Haku's plight and turned a blind eye. Still, Hanabi is not that naive. She knows that there will be consequences and lingering sentiments about what Haku did. Hopefully, with Minato as the Hokage now, he will be able to shield Haku from the backlash as much as possible. Taking on a tailed beast on his own. That stupid idiot. Erg! But then again, she cannot help but smile when she thinks about the lengths that he will go to just to keep her alive. Idiot. He's really an idiot. Now that she is a Jinchuriki, her status is different. Her life now belongs to the village, not exactly that different from being a shinobi for the village, but the weight behind the meaning is a lot heavier now. She is now a tool for the village. People will fear her just for having an oversized cat in her gut. She will be ostracized by those who cannot understand what she had sacrificed to keep everyone safe from Manatabi. She admits it scares her a little that those she views as her friends and comrades might turn on her simply for housing the cat, but she knows Haku will be there for her. He had always been there for her no matter what happened, and she will always be there for him to pull him out if he ever goes too deep. If he's there, then she thinks she can handle all the incoming hate. There will probably be restrictions imposed on her as well. Kushina explained that it is to protect her since she is now an extremely valuable asset to Konoha. Kushina will start on training her how to properly utilize Manatabi's powers the moment her chakra control is back to normal. Kushina will train her alongside Naruto. There's now an urgent need for the both of them to master this power. Another war might break out. Kumo is still aggressively hostile towards Konoha. Even when it had suffered considerable losses from the failed invasion, it is still strong in military might. Suna is not that big of a threat. Assuming that even if there is no Suna-Konoha alliance, even if Suna wanted to try and pick up from where they had left off, they had already lost their Kazekage, and they're dry on resources to begin with. They don't have what it takes to continue what they started even if they wanted to. Konoha lost 2 Kage-level shinobis along with many of their elites in the unexpected invasion. Having 2 rampaging tailed beasts within their village had been the main cause behind the losses. Would have been 3 tailed beasts if Haku didn't stop Gaara. IWA is still silent as far as anyone knows, but Konoha and IWA had always been enemies. There is a high chance that IWA might make a move against Konoha as well. Maybe they might even ally themselves with Kumo to take Konoha out. Kiri is still a place shrouded in mystery denser than the fog surrounding the country. No one knows what exactly is going on in there. Discounting Kiri, the Suna-Konoha alliance is definitely in a weaker position than a possible IWA-Kumo one. IWA and Kumo have every reason and advantage now to press on for war against them. They have the upper hand. That is not counting the minor villages that might have a grudge against Konoha for whatever reasons. The current situation is not advantageous to Konoha at all. All it takes is for someone to spark another conflict as huge as the invasion, and another world war may erupt. In response, Konoha is now working overtime to prevent and to also prepare for such a possibility. Now that Hanabi is a Jinchuriki, she is expected to harness and control Manatabi's powers for Konoha's sake, and as soon as possible. It brought her thoughts back to the discussion her team had in the Forest of Death, about peace and about the society that they live in. Sai had said that shinobis are simply tools to the village, and tools have no need for emotions or a sense of self. Is this what he was talking about? She is starting to detest this part of being a shinobi. The glares directed at her, both fearful and distrustful, got more intense the further they walked towards the center of their village. She cannot understand why people look at her this way, as if she might explode and the cat will come out to play the moment she so much as cough. And yes, she now has a flaming cat capable of wanton destruction sealed within her, but she's still her. She's still Huga Hanabi of Konohagakure. Nothing has changed. So why is everyone around them that is not her teammates looking at her with such poorly concealed fear? She had ignored it the first time she stormed over to the Hokage tower to bring her Haku back. She never thought that much about it after that since she was in her clan compound all this time until now, but is this what Kushina and Naruto had warned her about? What it really means to be a Jinchuriki? How did they endure such glares for all of their lives? She's only out here for a few minutes and already she's starting to feel a little uncomfortable from the stares being directed at her. And this is only the street right outside her clan compound. She cannot imagine what would happen the moment she stepped out of here and walked around the village's main street. Haku had obviously noticed the stares as well, seeing as how he subtly shifted his body to block the glares directed at her. So did Sai. Haku also received glares, probably for releasing Matatabi within Konoha to save her. He willingly incurred the hate and wrath of their fellow villagers just to save her. How's the rest of them doing? Haku's question got her to turn her head to Sai as well. Ugly lost her father. She was devastated and locked herself in her house for quite a long while. No one saw her until recently, Sai said quietly. But in the end, she decided to cope with her grief by keeping herself busy. So she's with the rest of us rookies doing the cleaning up. Bootless and Duckass are with her most of the time keeping an eye on her. Ugly's coping quite well all things considered. She's mostly okay now once she let it all out after the Yandame's funeral. The rest of them are doing fine as far as I can tell. Oh right, she missed the Yandame's funeral because she was unconscious and in the hospital. Haku did not like the Yandame much, but she can tell that he is grateful to the Yandame since he had played a crucial role in getting her to stay alive until Matatabi was sealed in her. She is unable to thank the Yandame now, but she will remember to pass on her thanks for the Yandame to Sakura when she has the chance to speak with her in private. She deserves to hear this. The three of them walked in silence, purposely taking the route with lesser people when they noticed that the glares the villagers are giving them intensified even further. The stares that constantly reminds her about her new status as a Jinchuriki. She can hear the not-so-quiet whispers again. The freak. The cat. The monster. Is this what she will experience for the rest of her life? Just say the word, and I will freeze them. Haku spoke up, bringing her thoughts back to reality. I can hide the bodies, Sai offered. Tobi-sensei can erase the memories of all witnesses with his Sharingan. No one would notice if a few bodies were added to the death toll. There are still new bodies turning up every now and then from all the wreckage. Hanabi cannot help but giggle. Thanks, guys. Look! It's Hanabi-chan and Haku and I. Naruto's hollering got their heads turning to the source of the voice. Right in front of them where a large crater filled with debris and strewn weapons is where their friends are located, who are now running up to them. Hanabi-chan. Haku and I. You are all right. HN, stop stating the obvious, Dobe. Sasuke, be nice. Are you two feeling okay? Want a chip? I knew you lovebirds are too troublesome to stay dead. Welcome back. Shika. That's not how you greet people. Hanabi-chan's and Haku-kun's flames of youth burns bright and strong. Yash. To celebrate this joyous occasion, I will dash. Lee. Don't. It's nice to have you back, Hanabi, Haku. Why? Because you are our comrades and the Rookie 15 wouldn't be the Rookie 15 without the both of you. Wow, Hanabi. You actually smell like a cat now. I thought you were a dog person. What happened to dog pals for life? I'm hurt. Akamaru gave a few barks of agreement as the friendly Ninkin went to slobber her with his tongue as his way of saying hello. See? Akamaru agrees with me. Well, nobody says I cannot be both a cat and a dog person. Hanabi retorted to Kiba's words with her hands on her hips. Her eyes are getting a little moist, but she blinked them away. Are you too sure you are feeling well enough to walk around? Niji asked in concern with a frown on his face. Don't push yourself too hard. I am fine. Haku's fine too. Really? SC? Hanabi cried out in half exasperation and half happiness as she used a finger to dab away the tears from her eyes. The village might shun her, but thankfully her friends and family didn't. To her, that is enough. She's happy. Let's just go back to work. Haku cut them off. If Hanabi said she's fine, then she's fine. Ah, coming to your girlfriend's rescue. How sweet. Ino cooed with her hands clasped together in that annoying high-pitched voice of hers, purposely ignoring the murderous glares Hanabi and Haku are sending her way. I agree. According to the book I read about Dash. Shut up, Sai. Why only me? Why is it always me? Beautiful was talking too. Wait. Hold on a sec. Kiba waved his hands frantically before scooting up to Sai and slung an arm around the artist's shoulders. He cupped his ear with his other hand, as if trying to make absolutely sure that he wasn't hearing things. I must have heard wrongly. What nickname did you give Ino again? Beautiful. Hanabi is sure that her jaws aren't the only one that is hanging in midair right now. What? Nicknames are given in a way that best suit the person's characteristics, right? At least that was what the book said. And you called me ugly. Sakura deadpanned. I'm just being honest. Sigh. Whoa. Cool down, Sakura-chan. TME. Help me out here. Sakura-chan's too strong. Sakura-chan. Calm down. What is ugly so mad about? Sai, just shut up. Cha. That's IT. Don't hold me back, Naruto, Sasuke. Emma, kill him. Shinaro. What are you waiting for, Sai? Run. Hanabi realized that there's really a lot to be done when it comes to cleaning up the mess. The higher-ranking shinobis are mostly involved in the more important stuffs that is too confidential or dangerous for Genins like them to be involved, so the grunt work are mostly delegated to Genins with a few Chunins deployed to supervise them. Clearing the debris is one thing. The other thing is picking up whatever discarded weapons or ninja tools they can find. These can either be reused or melted down to be recycled. In this time of crisis where a war may or may not break out anytime soon, they have to make use of anything they can find and scavenge. Like Sai had mentioned, dead bodies still turned up every now and then even if the invasion had ended more than a week ago by now. These bodies are sealed in a scroll that is marked with a black band or colored with a black marker or ink, the universal color for death. This is so that when these scrolls are handed back to the people assigned to sort through the collected items, they would know what to expect when unsealing the contents and not get a nasty surprise. There are other color coding too. Green is for medical supplies, red is for weapons, just to list a few. These are what they had all learned during their time in the academy, they only just got the chance to practice what they had learned now. There are lots of debris strewn about, which they either sealed away so that they can clear it faster or manually break it down into smaller pieces and move it aside for the professionals to clean them up later. The latter practice is more often used because Konoha cannot afford to be using too many scrolls for such a menial task. Only the truly big and troublesome debris are sealed away to be disposed of later. Hey, another dead body. I smell it. Kiba called out just as Akamaru barked in affirmation. Hinata. 10 o'clock. Give me some confirmation. I see it too. Kumo Shinobi. Hinata said with a nod of her head, Byakugan active. We need to first move away the debris though. Let me. Choji volunteered as he enlarged his arms. With a single motion, The large piece of concrete was lifted up into the air as size drawings went to drag the body out. Arg! The damn smell! Kiba complained as he pinched his nose the moment the smell of rotting flesh wafted in the air. Akamaru imitated his partner's actions with a whimper and paws covering his nose. His actions were copied by several of their friends as well. It does stink. The body was quickly frozen by Haku in a coffin of ice to prevent the rotting smell from destroying everyone's noses. A quick minor application of a wind-based jutsu blew the remaining offending smell away. I'm sure this was my work, Hanabi said as she peered at the mangled corpse encased in a coffin of ice, whose death is definitely brought about by extreme burns. They are now in the same area where they had been fighting during the invasion, right before Yujito Ni made her appearance. The location and timing fits. This has to be her work. The burn said so. What is this now? An art exhibition? Ino asked dryly, although her comment was ignored. The entire group had been comparing and making comments or guesses on how enemy shinobis were killed, which shinobis they knew that might have killed them, and who did it better during the entire duration the moment they dug another corpse out. If they found the corpse of a shinobi that is from Konoha, they would give a respectful silent prayer to their fallen comrades before sealing it away in a scroll meant only to contain the bodies of their deceased comrades. Enemy shinobis, though, were quickly frozen in coffins of ice by Haku and laid out on display for all to see. Doing grunt work is boring, they all need some sort of entertainment to help pass the time. And all 15 of them really have some vengeful steam to vent after the invasion. Right now, this is the only way they can do it that is not done in a destructive manner. I'm sure that Suna Shinobi was killed by me. I was here with Crackers-chan, and the slash mark on his neck fits. I remember slashing him with my tanto. Sai added as he pointed to another coffin of ice nearby that houses said shinobi. No, I'm sure it's me. Tintin made her disagreement known immediately. Those shurikens on him are definitely my work. That may be true, Weapons-chan, but I'm sure I'm the one that dealt the killing blow. See the spots of slight chakra burns on his arm? That was the work of Gentle Fist, no doubt. I'm the one who killed him, Niji stated with his arms crossed. My hip and cool rival. Look at what I found. Lee's loud voice got everyone turning and they nearly gagged at the smell and sight. Lee! Stop waving the corpse around. True to Sakura's words, Lee is half dragging, half waving a rotting and mangled corpse about when he is trying to show everyone his achievement. The half-rotten head of the Oto shinobi is barely attached to his neck. The cause of death of this one is definitely by blunt force, Haku said after he froze the corpse in a casing of ice and doused Lee with a huge blast of water to wash away the germs, in his own words. That's right. I remembered this particular adversary. I ended his youth in a single kick, Lee said excitedly. Beat that. My eternal rival. Niji simply pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Any more corpses before I seal them all up? Haku asked in favor of directing Lee's attention to somewhere else. None as far as I can see, Hinata said as Kiba gave a nod of affirmation with his fingers still pinching his nose. Shino merely gave a silent nod. Right. Haku laid out a scroll on the ground before unrolling it. He levitated the numerous coffins of ice and placed it above the unrolled scroll. A simple hand seal later, the corpses are now sealed within the scroll. Here! Sai offered his brush when Haku had rolled the scroll back, and Haku used the ink from the brush to mark a band of black along the center of the scroll, coloring it in the correct color code. Haku and I. We finished picking up the weapons. Naruto waved energetically with the other group of the rookie 15 from where they are as they made their way to them, a red-coated scroll in hand. Stop shouting, Dobe. Let's get a move on, the debris disposal team will get rid of the rest. We need to move to the southern district to continue picking up weapons and finding bodies. Shikamaru said with a yawn. We still have a few more sites to tour after that. What a drag. Even after so many days, we're still not done with this. Let's race there. To the southern district. Naruto exclaimed as she bounced on her feet excitedly, her finger pointing excitedly and dramatically in said direction. Last one to reach treats everyone to Ichiraku. Yakiniku Q? Please? Choji asked with a slight hint of desperation. I want my meat. YOSH. I will win this race. If I don't, I will dash. We will decide the place later. Niji cut Lee off with practiced ease. A race does sound nice. Sasuke, ever the competitive Uchiha, said with a smirk as he adjusted the arm warmers he wore. Akamaru and I are so going to win this. Are there any rules? Ino said with confidence, and Hanabi is sure that the Amanka heiress has some sort of evil plan in her mind. What is it exactly is anyone's guess. How about a free-for-all? Sai added with a smile that is too wide to be natural. Anything goes. You can fly. That's cheating. Tintin accused. Ah, I got found out. I will need to work on how to lie properly. We are shinobis, Tintin. Cheating is part of the job description. Don't regret this, Niji. If that's the case, I'm going to cheat my way to victory. What a drag. But it will be even more of a drag if I lose. Troublesome. A race will be fun. Why? It can help to lift the otherwise dreary mood brought about by the invasion. I'm so winning this. Hanabi exclaimed as she jumped up in excitement to stick her feet onto a nearby wall, warming up for the start of the race. Only for the wall to explode upon coming into contact with her chakra. Hanabi! Just as she thought she will fall and land onto the ground, a pair of arms caught her and shielded her from the falling debris. Haku's worried face looked down at her as her brain froze, not registering what just happened. Their friends had crowded around her by now, their expressions equally worried. What just happened? Choji asked in concern. She used too much chakra to stick onto the wall. Shikamaru pointed out. See the hole on it? Just how much chakra did you use, Hanabi? Hanabi said in a daze as Haku let her down from his arms. She had thought she had relearned her chakra control enough to at least do tree walking properly. It worked well enough when she practiced at her clan's training grounds. So why? Must be the Nibi's influence. Haku stated. Your chakra reserve is probably still increasing and adjusting from having a tailed beast sealed within you. It will take a while before your chakra reserve stabilizes to a set level. Until then, you will have to keep getting used to adjusting to the constant change to your chakra reserve, which means your chakra control will have to make constant adjustments accordingly until your chakra levels stabilize. Gaara, Yujito, B. All of the Jinchurikis we met have large chakra reserve as far as I know, thanks to the beast sealed within them. You are no different, since you are a Jinchuriki now. She knew. She knew about this, but that doesn't mean she wants to accept it. Her chakra control, the one part of her which she is so proud of because she's always had been the best in this department, is now gone? Just like that? And she had practiced so hard to get her chakra control back too, right after having Matatabi sealed within her. She had thought she had gotten most of her chakra control back only to find her chakra reserves still fluctuating madly. All her hard work is gone, again. Not wanting to accept this, she placed a hand on a nearby broken slab of concrete wall before trying to slowly release chakra through her palm, little by little, doing it carefully like how she was taught when she first started learning the gentle fist under her father. She didn't quite succeed. Her chakra was uncontrollable as it rushed out of her palm, like a torrent of raging water breaking through a dam the moment she called upon it. The wall exploded at her touch. Holy Hanabi! What was that? Kiba shouted in shock from where he is as Hanabi clenched her outstretched hand to forcefully calm herself down. Damn it. If it wasn't for that stupid Darui, she wouldn't be like this. It's always Kumo. She's really starting to hate them now. With passion. Oh, how she will enjoy raising the village down when she finally mastered using Manatabi's powers. It will be irony at its finest, since Manatabi had traditionally belonged to Kumo. He doesn't know if Abito-sensei will find him, but she is so going to barbecue the laser guy for doing this to her when she sees him, and also if Haku doesn't get his hands on him first. He can be really protective of her. And she really secretly enjoys seeing him being protective of her. But still, it doesn't change the fact that her chakra control is busted. Years of her hard work in mastering her chakra control, gone. Just like that. The thought of it never stung so badly until now, when her loss of her famously impeccable chakra control had been made so painfully obvious in front of everyone. Damn it! Relax. Haku said as he held onto her wrist, pulling her back out of her anger and frustration. Hanabi. Focus. Look at me. Haku's words managed to snap her out of her funk as she looked up to him. It was then that she realized that she was actually leaking portions of Manatabi's chakra about when she was lost in her thoughts. Shit. She nearly lost control. It's not the end of the world. Your chakra control is still there, you just have to get used to learning how to control such a huge reserve of chakra. Sai, brush. Wordlessly, Sai handed Haku his ink-filled brush. With a few swift strokes, a seal is painted on the back of her left hand. Hanabi looked back up at Haku. What is this seal for? Try again. She placed her palm on another broken wall beside her. A few of her classmates wisely took a few steps back in case it exploded again. Only Haku, Sai, and her siblings didn't. Her hand stuck onto the wall like she had hoped. How? She asked in amazement as she cut off the flow of chakra to her palm. Seals can do anything. Haku replied in a smug tone as he handed the brush back to Sai. This seal won't last forever though, probably an hour or two at the most since it is one I came up with on the spot. It is supposed to contain and restrict the chakra on a target, but for someone like you with such a huge chakra reserve, it would act more like a filter or funnel. The amount of chakra the seal is allowing you to use should be within your comfort zone. Until your chakra reserve finally stabilizes and you relearn your chakra control again, you might need to rely on something like this for a while. Cool! Naruto shouted with literal sparkles in her eyes. So, race? Yes? No? Well, if you want to lose so badly. Sasuke taunted as he looked at Kiba, Sharingan already activated and the competitive Uchiha streak back in full force. You are so going down, Sasuke. Right, Akamaru? Kiba's loyal partner gave a few barks of affirmation, tail wagging happily. What are we waiting for? Let's start. Naruto whooped as she picked up a pebble from the ground. She flicked it up into the air with her thumb, and the entire Rookie 15 waited with bated breath for it to drop. Chaos ensued the moment the pebble touched the ground. Naruto had immediately created shadow clones to throw her like a javelin, and then proceeded to create more of these clones in midair to allow her to continue her artificial propelled flight as her clones threw her through the air. Sasuke had sped off, and so did Sakura. Choji had enlarged himself into a human tank and started rolling. Shikamaru had used his shadows to trip Ino and Kiba to get a head start, much to their chagrin. Shino is using the bugs swarming out of his sleeves to obstruct everyone's vision. Hinata went unnoticed and slipped under everyone's radar as she ran off with Niji. Lee had taken off his weights and disappeared in a green blur, only to find himself dragging Tintin along because she had wrapped a ninja wire around him and used him to pull her around, not like the youthful green beast of Konoha noticed the extra weight. Sai had taken off into the air with the bird he drew and animated to life. "You are not moving?" Hanabi asked as she nudged Haku with her elbow, who is simply standing beside her, and shrugged at her words. The two of them watched calmly as their friends slowly disappeared into the horizon in their mad race to the southern district of the village. No one wants to be the one to treat Naruto to a chiraku. That can make anyone go bankrupt. It is much more fun to watch them struggle. Need I remind you that I am someone who is able to keep up with the Raikage speed, even if it was a short while? It would not be fair to them if I don't give them a head start. Need to give them the illusion that they could win before I crush their hopes and dreams. Hanabi crossed her arms and gave an exaggerated nod. That's so cruel and mean of you, but I approve. What about you? Not running along? Waiting for you to bring me along. Who said I will bring you along? Me. I can just leave you behind. You won't. The rest of their friends had disappeared beyond the broken walls of debris by now. Wow, they really are fast. Motivation is really a powerful thing to behold. Let's go. Haku relented as he created a pane of ice in front of them and placed a hand on her shoulder. He can teleport them to the endpoint in a split second simply by creating ice mirrors across the sky for him to jump across instantaneously until he reaches the southern district. Like he said, there's no competition at all. It is not a boast if he can actually do it. She idly wonders what their friends' expressions will be when they found out they got played, that Haku is the biggest cheater out of them all. His ice release is really too versatile. We will probably have the rights to choose where to eat later, since we will be the first to reach. What do you want to eat? Anything in mind? He asked as he looked at her. Anything that is not a chiraku. She replied with a shudder. I'm sick of that salty broth. Kushina-san feeds us so much ramen that it can last us a lifetime. I will leave you to deal with Naruto's whining then. Deal. She said with a laugh as they phased and merged with his ice mirrors, allowing him to bring her along using his ice mirrors to win this race. Life's not always fair to her, but with him around, everything will be all right. Life had never been fair to him too, but she will be there for him, so everything will also be all right. As long as the two of them stick by each other's side, everything will be all right. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching this long. Have a great rest of your day. And with that being said, peace.